Pendidik sejati, ciri asa asih asuh hati insan yang Siliwangi, religius berbudi, inovatif pencipta solusi, adaptif berkreasi. Siliwangi, pelita ilmu ibu pertiwi, jayalah IKIP Siliwangi, membina generasi berjati.
Thank you. You may be back to your position. Ladies and gentlemen, let us pray together before starting today's event, which will be hosted by Mr. Wirya Teja Januar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pada kesempatan yang penuh berkah ini, mari kita hening sejenak dengan hati yang tulus dan rendah diri. Kita sampaikan permohonan kita kepada Tuhan. Marilah kita berdoa. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, hamdas syakirin, hamdan naimin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa adimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizki wa taubatan qoblal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa magfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi syakaratil maut wan najata minan nar wal afwa indal hisab. Rabbi allimna alladzi yanfa'una, Rabbi faqina wa faqih ahlana wa qarabati lana fi dinina ma'a ahlil kutri unsa wa zakar, ma'a ahlil kutri unsa wa zakar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun, wa salamun alal mursalin, walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to the next session, let me mention to you our agendas for today. First, the report of the head of committee. Second, the welcoming speech by the head of Elementary Teacher Education Program IKIP Siliwangi. Third, the opening speech by the Honorable Rector IKIP Siliwangi. Fourth, the plenary session by the keynote speaker. Fifth, the parallel session. And the last one is closing. Starting the first agenda, the report from the head of committee. Please welcome Mr. Sofyan Nur Mahardika, M.Pd.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Distinguished Rector of IKIP Siliwangi, Professor Dr. Ais Etirohaiti M.Pd, Vice Rector of Resources, Professor Dr. Wahyu Hidayat M.Pd, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Dr. Wikaningsih M.Pd, Vice Rector of Finance, Dr. Haji Agus Hasbin Nur M.Pd, Director of Postgraduate Program, Professor Dr. Haris Hendriana M.Pd, Dean of Faculty of Education, Dr. Asep Samsudin M.Pd. Excellencies, today's speakers, distinguished guests, heads and boards of study department, lecture of elementary teacher education program IKIP Siliwangi, and also we would like to welcome all of the presenters and participants of the seminar. Good morning and welcome to the 4th International Conference on Teaching, Learning and Technology 2025. My name is Sofyan Nur Mahardika. I am the chair of the International Seminar. This conference is presented by the Department of Elementary Teacher Education Program IKIP Siliwangi with the selected theme transforming primary education through global perspective on AI, sustainability, and inclusivity. It is truly honor and pleasure to welcome you to this international academic gathering. This theme reflect the dynamic change taking in place in primary education around the world, where learning environment and increasingly shaped by technology, global awareness, and social responsibility. In today's primary classroom, teachers are no longer only transmitter of knowledge. They are facilitators, mentors, and innovators. Artificial intelligence, when used wisely, can support teacher in understanding student learning needs. Just teacher observers difference in student reading abilities in one classroom. Through this conference, we aim to create a space for sharing research finding, essential best practice, and building international collaboration. We hope that discussion during this conference will not only enrich academic perspective, but also contribute to real improvement in primary education practice across different contexts. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all speakers, participants, and partners who have contributed to the success of ICTLT 2025. May this conference be productive, insightful, and inspiring for us all. So, thank you. I wish you a successful conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Sofyan, for the report. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is a welcoming speech by the respected head of Elementary Teacher Education Program of IKIP Siliwangi, Mr. Ruli Setiadi, M.Pd. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin wa ala alihi washabihi wasallam amma ba'du. Allahumma sabbi sadri wa yassir amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Jazakallahu sayyidina Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam wa ahli. Yang terhormat para pemateri utama, Profesor Dr. Hajah Is M.Pd, sekaligus Rektor IKIP Siliwangi, Misal Bihana binti Samsudin, Miss Carrie Dwayne Owen, serta Miss Sarah Howard. Kemudian yang terhormat para wakil rektor IKIP Siliwangi, yang terhormat Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, yang saya hormati Ketua Pelaksana Kegiatan ICTLT 2025, yang saya hormati para pemakalah, serta seluruh peserta konferensi yang berbahagia. Hadirin yang saya banggakan, merupakan kehormatan besar bagi kita semua dapat berkumpul dalam the 4th International Conference of Teaching, Learning, and Technology, sebuah forum ilmiah yang bukan sekedar pertemuan akademik, tetapi ruang strategis untuk merumuskan masa depan pendidikan dasar kita. Tema yang kita usung yaitu Transforming Primary Education Through Global Perspective on AI, Sustainability, and Inclusivity, menegaskan bahwa pendidikan berada pada persimpangan penting. Di tengah derasnya perkembangan teknologi dan tantangan global, kita dituntut untuk melampaui rutinitas, menembus batas disiplin, dan menghadirkan inovasi yang benar-benar memerdekakan cara anak-anak belajar dan tumbuh. Konferensi ini menghadirkan para pemikir terbaik dari berbagai negara. Ini bukan hanya momentum berbagi pengetahuan, tetapi panggilan moral untuk membangun ekosistem pendidikan yang lebih adil, lebih cerdas, dan lebih manusiawi. Semoga diskusi yang berlangsung hari ini melahirkan rekomendasi yang visioner, penelitian yang berdampak, dan kolaborasi internasional yang memperkaya praktik pendidikan di tanah air. Akhir kata, saya menyampaikan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya kepada semua pihak yang telah berkontribusi. Semoga konferensi ini menjadi tonggak penting dalam perjalanan kita menyiapkan generasi masa depan yang unggul, bijak, dan berdaya saing global. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Ruli, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the next agenda, I would like to invite all of the participants to open your camera so we can have a little bit of photo session of the moment. Okay, let me calm down first. For 5 sessions we will have. Okay, everybody, stand by. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, the next picture. 3, 2, 1, and smile. The third picture. 3, 2, 1, and smile. The last one. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we would like to welcome Rector IKIP Siliwangi to give an opening speech and also officially open today's seminar. Please welcome Professor Dr. Eti Rohaiti, M.Pd.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable all keynote speakers in this webinar, Puan Salbihana binti Samsudin from Institut Pendidikan Guru Kampus Tun Hussein on Malaysia, Sheridan Owen from Deakin University, Australia, Sarah Howard from University of Leeds, United Kingdom. The Honorable Vice Rectors of IKIP Siliwangi, Dean of Faculty of Education, the Head of the Primary Education Study Program, the presenters who will present their paper from other universities, and IKIP Siliwangi and their all participants. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. As an innovative campus, IKIP Siliwangi always supports all departments to improve their qualities and also encourage them to have programs that build academic atmosphere such as this webinar. It is with great honor and responsibility that I welcome you to this international seminar. Today, we convene to deliberate on a theme that is both timely and transformative, transforming primary education through global perspectives on AI, sustainability, and inclusivity. This seminar is not merely an academic gathering, but a collective effort to reimagine the foundation of primary education in light of global challenges and technological advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, the transformation of primary education requires a synergy of global perspective, national policy, and technological innovation. By embracing sustainability, inclusivity, and artificial intelligence, we can ensure that the education becomes not only a pathway to knowledge but also a foundation for a just and prosperous society. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare the 4th International Conference on Teaching, Learning, and Technology 2025 entitled Transforming Primary Education Through Global Perspective on AI, Sustainability, and Inclusivity officially open. Next, I will present the material entitled Artificial Intelligence as a Catalyst for Transformative Learning in Primary Education. In this presentation, I will explore how AI technologies can reshape the way children learn, making education more personalized, engaging, and effective. I hope this session will not only provide insight into the potential of AI in primary education, but also inspire meaningful dialogue on how we can harness technology to create better learning experiences for young learners. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the characteristic of primary education is at the concrete operational stage. They need real-life examples and visual. Enjoy playing, exploring, and storytelling. Require repetition and reinforcement and basic concept. Easily distract, it means that learning must be varied and fun. On the other hand, any current challenges in primary education, such as learning outcome, national assessment report that a significant proportion of Indonesian primary school students struggle with basic literacy and numeracy competencies. Equity issues. There are stark disparities between urban and rural schools, particularly in access to qualified teacher and learning resources. Pedagogical limitation. Teaching practice remain heavily reliant on rote memorization, limiting opportunities for critical thinking, creativity, and problem solving. Technological divide. Digital infrastructure is unevenly distributed, leaving many schools unable to integrate modern educational tools. Socio-cultural factors, diverse linguistic and cultural background pose challenges in delivering standardized yet inclusive education. In Indonesia, there are also several recent government policies related to primary school learning, namely the Merdeka Belajar, freedom to learn. Initiative emphasizes flexibility, autonomy, and competency-based education. The National Assessment Framework prioritizes literacy, numeracy, and character development as key indicators of educational success. Deep learning in education, beyond its technological meaning, it refers to fostering profound understanding, reflective thinking, and application of knowledge in real-life context. Policy alignment with deep learning ensures that students are not only recipients of information, but active constructors of knowledge. There are strategies to improve quality of learning. Consists of teacher professional development, continuous training in modern pedagogy, digital literacy, and inclusive practices. Curriculum innovation, shifting toward competency based on project-based learning that emphasizes collaboration, creativity, and sustainability. Community and parental engagement, strengthening partnership between schools, families, and communities to support holistic child development. Global knowledge exchange, adopting best practices from international contexts while adapting them to the Indonesia's cultural realities. Technology integration, ensuring an equitable access to digital platforms that support interactive and personalized learning. With the increasing use of AI among students, including primary school pupils, there are several aspects we must pay attention to so that AI can actually make learning more engaging and meaningful, such as personalized learning. AI system can adapt content to individual student needs, learning pace, and interests. Engagement through gamification. AI-powered platform can transfer lessons to interactive experiences, increasing motivation and retention. Data-driven insights. AI enables real-time monitoring of student progress, allowing teachers to provide timely intervention. Inclusivity enhancement. AI tools such as speech-to-text, text-to-speech, and adaptive interface support children with special educational needs. Global perspective. AI facilitates cross-cultural learning experiences, connecting students to knowledge and peers worldwide. The role of AI in primary learning. Digital personal tutor provides exercise tailored to students' abilities, instant feedback on mistakes. Interactive media, AI-based educational game for math and language, interactive stories that adapt to student choice. Virtual experiments, simple science simulation, safe and easy to understand. Creativity and arts, AI help with drawing or creating simple music, encourage imagination and creativity. Principle of wise AI use. Number 1, companion. Not a replacement for the teachers, AI is only a tool. Focus on basic concept. Use AI to strengthen understanding, not just for entertainment. Interactive and contextual. Connect lesson to student daily lives. Inclusive. Support students with special needs. Ethical and safe. Ensure as appropriate content. Avoid over-dependence. And conclusion in this presentation. Number 1, AI can make primary school learning more engaging, interactive, and meaningful. 2, usage must be wise, guided, and aligned with student characteristics. 3, teachers remain the main facilitators in the learning process. Finally, allow me to conclude this presentation with a quote to inspire primary school education, namely, the purpose of education is to replace an empty mind with calm force. And that education is not simply about filling students with facts or information. Thank you for your kind attention. My apologies if there are mistaken or less pleasing words. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ais Etirohaiti M.Pd, for the very wonderful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before beginning the plenary session, we will be displaying the profile of the elementary teacher education program of IKIP Siliwangi. It will take around 10 minutes. Please be sure that you mute your microphone so that will be noise during the session. Thank you.
Menciptakan mental optimisme perlu upaya kuat untuk menggapainya.
Suasana belajar yang produktif mampu membangun karakter kompetitif dan adaptif.
Di sini, kita merajut asa dan mimpi.
Di sini, kita dilatih menjadi pribadi unggul. Menjadikan kita siap menghadapi tantangan dunia.
Selamat datang di program studi Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar IKIP Siliwangi. PGSD merupakan salah satu program studi yang berada di kampus IKIP Siliwangi di bawah unit pengelola program studi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. Unit pengelola program studi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan mengelola 4 program studi yang terdiri dari program studi Pendidikan Masyarakat, program studi Bimbingan dan Konseling, program studi Pendidikan Guru PAUD, dan program studi Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar. Program studi PGSD memiliki visi keilmuan menjadi penyelenggara pendidikan guru sekolah dasar yang berlandaskan pada inovasi pembelajaran psikososial, pengembangan karakter, literasi, sains, seni budaya, etika profesi, kemandirian belajar serta memperoleh bahasa asing, dan keterampilan penggunaan ICT untuk mendukung pembentukan jiwa entrepreneur. Tujuan dari visi keilmuan tersebut antara lain menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki sikap dalam etika profesi dan mandiri dalam mengembangkan jejaring kemitraan yang luas pada tingkat nasional dan internasional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki keterampilan umum dalam penguasaan ICT yang dapat diimplementasikan dalam pembelajaran berbasis proyek dalam bidang pendidikan guru sekolah dasar yang unggul dan berdaya saing global. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kemampuan pengetahuan dalam literasi dan numerasi untuk menyelesaikan masalah-masalah dalam bidang pendidikan guru sekolah dasar yang unggul dan berdaya saing global. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki keterampilan khusus serta berjiwa entrepreneur, memiliki kemampuan dalam mengembangkan proses pembelajaran inovatif, dan mampu menyelesaikan masalah-masalah dalam bidang pendidikan guru sekolah dasar yang unggul dan berdaya saing global.
Program studi PGSD IKIP Siliwangi merupakan salah satu program studi yang menggagas pendidikan sesuai tuntutan pendidikan abad 21. Kami senantiasa melahirkan calon guru-guru SD yang unggul, kreatif, kompetitif, serta berjiwa entrepreneur sesuai kebutuhan zaman. Untuk itu, kami ucapkan selamat datang dan selamat bergabung di program studi pendidikan guru sekolah dasar IKIP Siliwangi. PGSD IKIP Siliwangi, muda, beda, dan penuh karya. Ingat guru, ingat IKIP Siliwangi, reliable and friendly institute.
Melalui visi dan misi yang diemban, kini program studi PGSD telah meraih akreditasi dari M.Pd dengan predikat B dan menjadi salah satu program studi unggulan yang banyak diminati oleh mahasiswa baik dalam maupun luar kota. Adapun kegiatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi yang dilaksanakan program studi PGSD antara lain kegiatan pendidikan yang dilaksanakan dengan terintegrasi melalui pemanfaatan media digital baik secara blended maupun hybrid learning. Kegiatan penelitian kompetitif secara kolaboratif sebagai upaya peningkatan kualifikasi dosen melalui penelitian hibah yang disediakan Ristekdikti maupun hibah internal. Kegiatan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam upaya implementasi hasil pendidikan dan penelitian sebagai perwujudan pengabdian program studi. Tenaga dosen PGSD IKIP Siliwangi terdiri dari dosen-dosen yang memiliki kompetensi sesuai keilmuannya dalam bidang pendidikan dasar. Dengan kualifikasi lulusan S.
Yes. Distinguished guests, as for the plenary session, we will have 4 keynote speeches from 4 speaker, Professor Dr. ICTLT M.Pd, Chedriwan Owen, Ph.D. from Deakin University, Australia, Dr. Salbihana binti Samsudin from IPGK Tun Hussein on Malaysia, and Professor Sarah Howard from University of Leeds, United Kingdom. For the second speaker, we will guide by our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Nova Agani M.Pd. Mr. Nova is a Master in English Education from Indonesia University of Education. Mr. Nova has been awarded as the Best Paper Award in the first IELA International Conference. The warmest welcome, Mr. Nova. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity for Ibu Linda Hania. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greeting from Indonesia. It is such an honor for me to guide our fruitful discussions today with our inspiring plenary speakers at the 4th International Conference on Teaching, Learning, and Technology 2025. In this occasion, we will have our first speaker coming from the Deakin University. Please welcome Dr. Chedriwan Owen. Good morning, Dr. Owen.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. It's nice to see everyone.
Nice to see you too. How is the current condition in Australia?
Oh, it's lovely. It's probably quite cool for all of you, but we're sitting at around 23 degrees and the day is sunny, so it's beautiful.
Oh, wonderful. It is starting for the winter season?
We're coming into summer, so we've just started to get the warm weather.
I see. Wow, that's really great. Well, we are really grateful to have you here, and also we really appreciate your kindness for spending an hour to share your expertise during your tight schedule.
My absolute pleasure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the presentations, let me introduce you to Dr. Chedriwan Owen. So Dr. Chedriwan Owen is a lecturer at Deakin University, acting director of professional practice and also lecturer in curriculum and pedagogy. In this role, she fosters collaborative partnerships between pre-service teachers, school communities, and also the university. Her work focuses on professional experiences across all initial teacher education courses, and currently, this is really interesting because her research emphasizes on initial teacher education with a particular focus on professional experience. And she also has a growing research interest in the role of digital technology, including in artificial intelligence in education, particularly its implication for teacher identity, professional learning, and also evolving understanding of teaching and learning in contemporary classroom. Wow, this is really grateful, and I believe that all of us are going to gain a really great insight from her, especially about the technology, because in this occasion, we will have Dr. Owen's presentations entitled Education in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. This is one of the current hot issue, especially in educations, as we know that maybe some of the researchers also think about education dishonesty having the AI in the classroom, but maybe we can gain new perspective from Dr. Owens. But before we begin, I would like to confirm for Dr. Owen, would you like to be assisted for your presentation slide, or would you like to present it by yourself?
I'm happy to present it by myself, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So Dr. Owen, you are going to deliver your presentation for 40 minutes, and afterward we are going to have question and answer sessions. And for the audience who have any questions, please kindly send your question to our meeting room chat, so later on I can read it for you and we are going to have a fruitful discussion with Dr. Owen. All right, Dr. Owen, please proceed the presentations.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for inviting me to speak with you today. You've already done my introduction for me, which makes it a little bit easier for me. So yes, I work at Deakin University and we use the Indigenous names often when we talk about where we are. So I'm currently on Wurundjeri country, which is in Melbourne, which we also call Naarm. So down in southern Victoria, and yeah, it's started to warm up, so it's really pleasant here. So yeah, a little bit more, I guess, about my background. Yes, I have an increased interest at the moment in AI and the impacts that is happening at Deakin University. One of the things we're really focusing on is assurance of learning. So how do we make sure that our students are learning and showing that learning when they are doing assessment tasks rather than just using AI to complete those. So it's a really big issue that we're currently facing, and it'll be our biggest project over the next really year to 2 years at Deakin. So I'm presenting ideas at the moment rather than no one really has answers. It would be great if we did, but because technology is moving so quickly, we definitely don't have the answers. My background is I'm an English and history secondary school teacher is my original career before I moved into lecturing in university. And yes, I really do focus on teacher identity and teacher development, particularly in relation to that shift from going from university out to being a teacher. So let's start going through. The first one I wanted to do, and a lot of us know this, but I thought because we're all coming from different backgrounds and different experiences, it's useful for us to get a shared understanding before we move forward. So really, what is AI or artificial intelligence? It's a computer science where basically we have machines and we have programs that can now do tasks that would normally be done by human thinking. So things like recognizing speech, translation, solving problems, those kinds of things can now be done by AI. So AI taking over kind of some of the human thinking side of things. That's a little bit different to generative AI. And the key difference with generative AI is that it learns. So it's able to actually produce new knowledge and new ideas. So it's generative because it takes what it already has and then it builds learning and understanding from that. So every time we use AI, AI is learning something about the way that we are sharing information. Every time we tell AI, no, that's not right, it learns a little bit. Now, we don't know what impact one person saying, no, AI, you got that wrong is going to make yet, but we definitely do know that generative AI is learning as we go, and that does have implications around the knowledge that it's producing. So in terms of education, we can get AI using generative AI to make new things for us. So they can make a story, they can make an artwork, those kind of things generative AI can now do, which is different to what AI generally could do. So we've got that move into generative. So where I want to start is really our experience of AI. And we recently got back from a week in Jakarta where I worked with 80 academics and teachers around AI. We spent the week together and we used a lot of what were those 80 people doing in their everyday lives. I've stepped back a little bit here and I'm taking this from a study, and you can see the link at the bottom. There was a global study that was done by KPMG and Melbourne University, and they were looking at trust, attitudes and use of AI, and they actually surveyed 48,000 people across 47 countries. So we're actually getting a real breadth of understanding about the way AI is being used across the globe through this study. Interestingly, Indonesia wasn't included in the study, which I feel like it's a missed opportunity, but maybe it just means that Indonesia can do their own study instead and push back about some of these findings. But so 47 countries, 48,000 in there. What they found out is that AI is being widely used, but the experience of using it is quite complicated. So people aren't just blindly using AI. Rather, there is a high level of mistrust. Only 46% of people trust AI, which I think is encouraging because it means we're more likely to be critical. And 70% believe there should be regulations around artificial intelligence and how we use artificial intelligence. And this is going to be a little bit of a theme as I work through with you today, is this idea of how do we make sure we're being critical, how we make sure we're being ethical when we use AI. So it's interesting that 70% believe we should have regulation around it. A lot of people recognize the fact that AI does make mistakes, and we can have mistakes are often discussed as hallucinations. So we know in academia that it will create references. We regularly get students submitting work and we're like, that's not actually a real text. So we do know it hallucinates certain information, but it also makes errors in other ways as well. And that's why it's really important that we're aware of that. And it's interesting that 66% of people use AI for work, but only 56% were recognizing that it makes mistakes, and they have made mistakes in their work because of AI. So again, it's really pushing that, making sure we're critical of it. AI as a tool was really quite interesting, that what we're actually finding is a lot of people are using it, but we've got very little training around how to use it. The other really interesting one that came out of this data is the way that emerging economies, so Indonesia is counted as an emerging economy, actually have higher levels of use of AI. They also have higher levels of training, knowledge and efficacy of using AI. So emerging countries are actually doing better than more developed countries in that space. It may just be linked to the fact that they're using it more. So what we do need to be careful about is with high levels of using AI, we need to start to think about the impact that it has. And one of the things we know is that studies are starting to unpack the idea that if we use AI for all of our work, we lose the ability to be critical, we lose the ability to be creative. So really the key message here is how do we use it in a way that benefits us rather than starts to disadvantage us. So narrowing now to education. So what we've got here is we know that around 50%, just over 50% of students are critical when they use AI on a regular basis. So that's actually really good news, that they're already bringing that understanding in there. And I wonder whether actually students are better sometimes than adults because they've grown up in a world of AI rather than having, it being thrown upon us as adults. What we do know, though, is 56% of students said that they actually used AI in a way that would be considered as inappropriate, and 81% said they put in less effort to their work because of AI. That statistic is really worrying for me, that we actually have students doing less effort and less work because of AI. That shouldn't be the way that AI is used. We also had, and this is another worrying one, where 45% of students said that they used AI and claimed the work as their own. So that's quite high. We're nearly at 50% of students that are just not telling us they're using AI. So where does that leave us? That's the context. What that leaves us with is thinking about the key things of why is this important? Why is this context important? Why is it important that 45% of students are claiming AI work as their own? One of the reasons I think it's really important is because it means that us as educators need to be making sure that we're tackling this issue and thinking about how we're using it ourselves, but also how we use it in our institutions, whether that's at university, whether that's in schools. How do we use it and how do we teach our students to use it? So one of the things we need to do is we need to figure out what are the skills we need to be effectively using AI. And then how do we build those skills? We also need to think about how we build the skills to be critical and ethical. How do we build an ethical lens when we're using AI? We also need to be considering the potential issues that are faced when we use AI. So my key message is how can we use AI to empower rather than diminish us? And the themes of this presentation are skills and competency, critical use, and ethical use. And I've spent a lot of time looking at skills and competency, but as I'm talking, you'll see the way that the critical and ethical bleeds through into all of those discussions because it is really central. Again, I don't have all the answers. We're still figuring out those answers, but because it is a new and changing technology, we don't always have the answers, but we definitely have some ways and some strategies to look through it. So What we've got here is the AI platforms. So I have used AI to help develop this presentation. I'll be upfront with that. But one of the things I want to talk about is I use the AI in the examples I'm going to show you. So I created the PowerPoint, that's my work. And the reason I do that is it's my intellectual property. So I feel that is an ethical thing for me. If I'm presenting ideas to you, they need to be mine. But also if I'm presenting them to you, then I need to know them rather than trying to stumble my way through because AI has told me what to say. But I have used AI in the examples that you'll see. And one of them is because I want to show you how you can use them. But one of the things I want to talk to you about is the things I think about when I'm choosing which AI platforms I use and how I will use them. So I always consider this before I just go and use things. I do have platforms that I prefer, and I think when I show you them, I'm not saying these are recommendations. This is just what I use. So this is just the everyday platforms that I use. You may have others, and there are many out there. But one of the key things is I really want you to consider when you're using a platform, what it will do and how it will help you out. So the three platforms that are kind of my everyday go-tos is ChatGPT, Claude, and Notebook LM. And I'm going to take you through why I actually use these. And one of the things I want you to think about here is I ask certain questions. So there's a lot of information on this slide, but one of the things, the starting point I have is who is the organisation behind these platforms and what is motivating them? So we know, and I'm going to highlight, we know ChatGPT, that's really well known. It's OpenAI. We know Google, that's pretty well known. But Claude's less known. And Claude is owned by a company called Anthropic. And one of the key focuses of Anthropic is AI safety and research. So they really focus on reliability. And they really focus on, there's an ethical lens to it. So they have stricter guardrails than ChatGPT. So you're less likely to have students coming across content that is dangerous than you will with something like ChatGPT because they put that ethical element in there. Doesn't mean I always use it. I still use ChatGPT a lot, but having those values of the organisation are really important when I'm thinking about it. The next thing I do, what does it do best? So each of these platforms have different strengths. So ChatGPT is great at idea generation. It's great at examples and explanations. That's a bit different to Claude. So Claude does that as well, but what it actually does is it does longer text and more kind of reasoning. So a lot of academics are using Claude because it's got that ethical lens, but also because it gives it more of that in-depth analysis work that you don't quite get sometimes with ChatGPT. And then Notebook LM, why it's one of my favorites, is we input the data into Notebook LM. So it's really good for you can put in policy documents, or as an English teacher, I can put a text in there and it will only use that text. It won't use open source. So ChatGPT and Claude uses all of that open source, but Notebook LM is just what I give it. So it gives it really source grounded responses. It's only responding with the information I gave it. So that's my first one. So who owns it? What does it do best? How can I use it? So if I want to make lesson plans, I'll go to ChatGPT. If I want to do more analysis work, then I'll go to Claude. And if I want to plan things for students to use, where I want them to do interactive things, I go to Notebook LM. And one of the things I love about Notebook LM, you can put documents in there and then it will do a podcast for you. So students can listen to the information. So I could put in Romeo and Juliet and then ask it to do a podcast on that. And during that podcast, students can ask a question. So they might be able to go, hey, could you explain Romeo's motivations here? And then the podcast will respond to that question. So it becomes interactive, but I've given it all the information it needs rather than it making up answers. So this is where if I want that interaction stuff, I go to Notebook LM. The last thing I think about is why do I choose that tool? So again, there's different reasons. ChatGPT is really fast. Claude, if I want reliability, if I want precision, and then Notebook LM, if I really want to make sure I'm not having any mistakes, I go to there because it doesn't have hallucinations. So while I've shown you three different models here, There's a lot out there, but always go with those questions. I always think you should be questioning what we're going to do, how we're going to use it, and what sits behind it. All right, next. So, as I said, I will spend a lot of time looking at skills and competency, but incorporating that is ethical and critical as we go. So the areas I'm going to be covering is AI as a pedagogical partner, where most of us in the room will use it for this purpose. Doesn't matter what we're creating. As soon as we're creating lessons at any level, we're going to be using AI in some way. There will be a focus on literacy and numeracy through these. So the examples I show you will always have that lens for them as well. And basically what I've done is all of these examples do not require training to be able to do them. So you can take what I've done here and take them straight into a classroom, take them straight into work with colleagues, with other, professionals. All of this stuff doesn't require training. I don't have AI specific training. I just use it a lot and I research it. So that's kind of my expertise. So yeah, all low level stuff. There is a lot of chat GPT in here as we go. All right, so first of all, AI as a pedagogical partner. One of the things here is thinking about your relationship with AI. One of the key things is AI cannot remove your professional skill, knowledge, or judgment. It's really important that you use it to support you rather than it getting it to make those decisions for you. So if I have an issue with a student, I shouldn't go to AI to ask what I should do. I should use my professional judgment. I should talk to my colleagues. So part of this is about how can I use AI to help me, but doesn't take away my professionalism. So here are some examples of the way I use AI and the way that it can be used. When I'm talking about AI here, I'm talking about large language models. So they're the ones that are using all the information in the world and responding to that. So ChatGPT is an example of that. Claude is also an example of that. So these are different things it can do, and I really want you to focus on it extending your capacity or giving you more capacity because it does the easy jobs rather than getting rid of your professional judgment. So I've got here adaptive instruction, timely feedback, data-informed decisions, multimodal learning and differentiation. One thing that generative AI is really good at is patterns. It's really good at identifying patterns in data. So it's a very useful kind of assistant for us when we're looking at data. But the keys I'm looking at today is adaptive instruction and differentiation. So here we have, and please excuse me if the storyline is not perfect. I will admit it's not one of my stories, it's one of yours, so there may be some minor errors in here, but it's a very quick summary. And the idea I want to show you here is the way that I used AI for adaptive instruction. So in my classrooms, I know I taught in literacy in my final year of teaching, and I had students, it was year 8 literacy, but I had students at a reading level of grade 2, and it wouldn't be uncommon that I'd have a higher reading level either. This is a great way to use AI. So what I did was I got AI to take this basic story and adapt it. So the prompt I used was rewrite it for a student that has a grade 2 reading level. And bang, within, 20 seconds, I've got this adaptation. The thing I really like about generative AI is it'll tell you what it did. And this is useful, and this is where professional judgment comes in, because what it's done is it's done simple words, short sentences, and clear sequence. All of the things required for a grade 2 reading level. Could I do that? Sure. Would it take me a long time? Yes, it would, right? If I have to adapt that. The next one I did, I was like, great, now what if I've got someone at a higher reading level? So I asked it to do it again for a year 12. So I've gone extremes here, right? So I did it for a year 12. What I found interesting here, and again, this is where professional judgment is really important, is what it did that I didn't ask it to do. Language is more sophisticated, great, tick, that's what I want it to do. Deeper thematic framing. I did not ask it to do deeper thematic framing. I asked it to change the language. What happens if I just take this and use it? If I have a student in year 8 with a reading level of year 12, that doesn't mean they have the analysis ability to analyze at a year 12 level. So if I use a text that has harder thematic framing, that student is going to struggle to access it. And this is the importance of teacher judgment. So what I would then do is go back and go, I don't want deeper thematic framing. I just want more sophisticated language and richer description for that reading level. So it's really important that when we're using it is we're checking the assumptions that AI is making from our prompt. And I'll come back to prompts later. So the next example I want to show you is differentiation. One of the things that takes us hours to do because we've got so many different levels, things that we want to do. So differentiation, what I was like is I want to think about activities to do at a grade 4 classroom. Now, we at Deakin University, we often talk about universal design of learning because the theory means that pedagogically, I don't need to create 5 different tasks. I have one task that is accessible from everyone at different levels. So it has different access points. So we really like universal design of learning. So what I did was I've asked AI to create 4 activities, and I always ask it to create more than I need so I can pick and choose what I like. I've then asked for a grade 4. I've asked it for the topic of addition, so I've gone numeracy, requirements of the Australian curriculum, and I want universal design of learning. So that was my prompt. This is what I want because I've got 12 classes to prepare for and I don't have time to actually think about a really good lesson plan here. What it did is it first tells me it's thinking of what it's doing. So it's sense checking with me all the time. So it does this sense check if this is what you actually wanted me to do. So I've done it for this curriculum area and I've included this part of universal design of learning. Multiple means of representation, engagement, action and expression. Great, perfect, that's what I want. And then it gives me a task. It gave me 4, but I just want to focus on one. Very clear instructions here. Addition pathways. What I like is it tells me what strategies it's using and then it's telling me how to actually do it. Great, I now have a task. But I have some concerns when I look at these things. Very clear instructions. Very clear outline of how it meets UDL. But what I realized was missing was the ability of my students in there. It's done a broad grade 4 level and it's done a broad universal design of learning. But what about where my student level is? How well are they already understanding this concept? What is the prior learning that they've had? That is professional knowledge and judgment. ChatGPT can't have that. Even if you put data in about this is their last test result, it still only has a surface understanding of those students. Only you have that in-depth understanding of students. So this is where I take these ideas and I adjust. The other thing I found about this is the way it's understood universal design of learning. The reason we have pedagogical frames is it assists us in creating tasks, but they have theoretical and value knowledge embedded in that. So I like universal design of learning because it ethically aligns with my view of education. AI doesn't have an ethical alignment. All it can do is look at the surface level ideas of UDL. So some of this is also about, yeah, you have done this, but it's not quite the theoretical understanding. So high levels of pedagogy knowledge are still really important for teachers. We can't just ignore that because AI is doing the work. And this is what we're seeing with students coming through our teaching degrees. They think AI can do the thinking for them, and it can't. You still need to have that theoretical pedagogical knowledge. So AI is a great starting point. Now, I wanted to move to how students can use AI. So this is a student, they happen to be called Zoe, and they like AI using their name. So here we go, here's Zoe, here's your sheet. So Zoe completed a maths sheet. And Zoe took a photo of that maths sheet, and you can see here, this is not a complicated prompt. What are the answers and which one did I get right and which ones did I get wrong? It's not well written, but AI knows what it's being asked here. This is a formative way for a student to get feedback. Now, I use that important that it is formative. I would never use this for summative assessment. Teacher judgment's important. But if I've got students working through a number of tasks, AI can help them with that. So here we go. On it goes. They've got the sheet and AI lets them know what they got wrong and what they got right. Happen to get all of these right. What I really like, and this is why it's formative, is AI breaks it up into the sections. So that student now knows, great, I've got whole numbers. Awesome, powers of 10, tick, I can do that. I've got all these right. These areas are not my areas of struggle. So it's giving that information for the student to interpret, and that's where we need to build the skills with the student. They need to know how to interpret the information given to them by AI. So the next, oh, it's not even going to show it now. Love it when they don't work. So the next bit, and I do want to show it to you. So I'm going to go out and find the original because I know I'm not going to be able to find it. The original is actually really important. What it did, I'm not going to be able to find it, so we'll just have to stick with it. What it did was AI was able to identify Zoe was able to identify a point where AI made an error in the work. So what it was able to do was she was able to go back to AI and go, actually, you've made a mistake here. This is not correct. This is not what I asked you to do. And what was then able to happen, oh, here you go. Look at that. I've been able to get a different version of it up. Hopefully this will hold as I present. But what she was able to go is, actually, I think you're wrong. And then AI went, oh, maybe you're right. AI actually thought for 4 minutes and 22 seconds before it gave Zoe an answer. You're right, I got it wrong, and then showed the working out. So what AI was able to do is it was able to take feedback from Zoe and adjust. And that's really important, and it's a really important way we can use AI, is we use it to have our students adjust and alter their work. This is all without teacher engagement. So this is all without the teacher having to do anything. This is about teaching Zoe the skills to be able to interact with AI and to be able to check their working to say, I think you're wrong, AI. I think I'm right. And in doing so, you can see, I think you got the question also incorrect. The hidden faces are this, this, and this, and the answer is this. So this is where teaching the skills to be critical with AI enables them to get formative feedback that they won't have if they haven't got the skills. Because otherwise, you'll be the student that just comes in and goes, oh, AI said I got it wrong. That doesn't help. So critical skills for our students as well. Okay, so this comes back to prompt. Prompt generation is what I think is the key first skill that we need to have in terms of developing our skills with AI, because it can be a really powerful tool, but not if we don't use it effectively. So what I've got here are some key things about ways we can effectively do prompts to avoid where in that first task, AI went beyond what I wanted. I didn't want harder thematic framing. And then in the second task, where AI missed certain things that I wanted the students to do in relation to universal design of learning and in terms of my own students. So here are some frames or some ways you can structure your prompts. The first one, be very clear about the task. So rather than saying, help me with a lesson, put the parameters up, the guardrails up. So design a 20-minute grade 4 numeracy activity on addition using place value strategies. That's much better than help me with an addition task. So be clear about the task, provide context. So this is where you start to give AI a little bit of information about your grade 4 students. So they're struggling with this skill. Specify the output that you want. How do you want it to be presented? Do you want a lesson plan? Do you want a script? Do you want a PowerPoint? It can do all of those things, but you need to make sure that you're actually telling it what to do. Set constraints or requirements. So I use in mine the Australian curriculum because that's what I wanted it to align with. But it may be that you do things like language for 10-year-olds. It may be that the constraints are you want it to look at particular themes in a text. So those guardrails are really useful. So set constraints. And this is what it all looks like together. So this is where you want, I often talk about my role. So one of the things I'll be, am I being a lecturer in this point? Am I being the director of professional experience? Because that alters. So your role, so as a primary maths teacher, that's my role. Then I have the task, so create a 15-minute grade 4 warm-up on addition with regrouping. The context, include 3 differentiation levels and explain the learning intention in student-friendly language. And that's where we get the output gets built in there and the constraints using Australian curriculum terminology. So it's a complex prompt, but it's complex and simple. Very simple instructions. And when we have simple instructions, then AI doesn't tend to go off track. When we have complicated instructions, when we're just like putting down an idea, that's when it goes off track. But when we are simple and clear, AI will give us what we want. All right, coming back to our focus of today. We looked at skills and competency. Now I'm moving a little bit more of a focus just briefly. I've already talked about the need for critical in there. We've talked briefly about ethical, but I'm just going to unpack some of those a little bit because they are so central to the way that we use it. So ethical dimensions of AI. This is not all of them, but it is some of them. But the big key ones we have is bias and fairness, privacy and data security, teacher judgment versus AI output, and equity of access. So ethical use of AI is not about banning or blind adaptation. Ethical use of AI, it's about making informed, value-based decisions. So teacher judgment, teacher professionalism. Same with students. How do we get them to build that judgment? How do we get them to build that professionalism? Because they will use AI for the rest of their lives. So bias and fairness. One of the key things we know about AI is it's grabbing information from the internet, but it does have bias and fairness within it, particularly those open sourced ones like ChatGPT. So it reflects the information that is put into it. This means there's often cultural or linguistic bias. And I'm going to give you one example. So when I was in Jakarta, I asked AI to create a graphic to represent the students that were in the classroom. So the academics and the teachers that were in the classroom. So I was like, can you please create and I put in that I was in Indonesia. It didn't pick up on it. And it gave me people that looked like me. They were all white. They were all light-haired. And I was like, I think some of them had blue eyes. And I was like, this is not what I asked for, but this is the bias that's already embedded within AI because it preferences Western information. So I then had to go and adjust my prompt, and it took an awfully long time and a lot of adjustment to get what I actually wanted. And that was a really clear example to me about the bias that's actually sitting within AI. We had it as well where we were doing some Indonesian poetry, and we noticed that one of the things that the participants noticed was it didn't have the heart that you have in your poetry. And I was like, I wonder whether that's because it's being fueled off Western poetry. And a lot of that English poetry is quite kind of rule-based. It's quite kind of strict in the way that it writes, and whether it actually is not used to poetry having heart. So this is really important. The potential risks we have is we get Western-centric data, which means you're not getting information that includes your perspective and your understanding. And I don't know if you know, but Jakarta has just been announced to be the biggest city in the world with population. So the fact that the biggest city in the world is not going to get information that's representative of it is a real worry. So that's one of them. It uses stereotypes, and because it uses an algorithm, there is bias in there. So How do we go about this? We have the opportunity to be critical with AI and pull it up. So we do have the opportunity to use prompts that focus on local contexts. And we noticed in Jakarta, when we started to use prompts about the local context, it got better. It was able to find the information we wanted, but we had to be good with the prompts. We can also teach bias. And again, I don't know how well AI is going to learn from us, but we might as well give it a shot. So this means correcting AI when it's wrong. Pulling it up, it'll make your answers better in future, but maybe, just maybe, we can start to alter it so it isn't just quite so Western-centric that it is. So how can we make AI tools reflective? Prompt generation is really important, but also the information we feed it is really important. The next one, privacy and data security. Everything we upload was going to go somewhere in some way. Even Notebook LM we're still uploading data even though it keeps it contained. So we need to be really careful about what we share with AI. And it's really easy to think, oh, no one will know that I do this. But as soon as we share, they will find. So we have really strict rules at Deakin University. We're not allowed to upload any of our official documents that aren't out in the world. So if they're internal documents, we're not allowed to upload them into any of the AI things because anyone can then access them. You could potentially write in, can you please find me a Deakin assessment on professional learning? Click yes, and it's going to come and find my assessment because I uploaded it 3 weeks ago. So we're not allowed to upload anything. And this is where regulation is really important. Statewide regulation, but also institution-wide and classroom-wide. So what are you going to put in place to protect the data of your students and of yourself and of your institution? So one of the things here we talk about is being really careful about student work and not uploading it onto any of your generative AI tools. But what we can do if we want some is to do what we do in terms of research, where we remove any identifiable data. So de-identifying data can be really important because then we can still get it to look for patterns and stuff like that, but there's no way of linking it to anything or anyone. But really important is checking the policies around your institutions, and now we know national as well. Australia has certain policies and are developing policies around the use of AI. So looking at those, and then also safe digital behaviour. It's been around for a long time when we talk about safe digital behaviour. It's even more important with generative AI because it learns from everything that we put in there. So this is the question to you. What steps can we take to ensure that our students' data stays private and our student, even if that's you putting it in or your students talking with ChatGPT? How can we set up frames so they only share what they should and not giving away too much information? The next one is teacher judgment versus AI output. So this is, I've pushed it again and again across this. Teacher professionalism, teacher judgment is still key. Generative AI cannot know our students, cannot know our context. You are still vitally important. Doesn't matter where you teach, who you teach. That is really important. So it never, ever replaces us. What we can do is we can start to have an over-reliance on AI. So it's like, I don't need to write that email. I'll just get AI to write it for me. The problem with that is we lose those skills. So part of this is just because it's easy doesn't mean we should do it. We still need to be making those decisions to say, no, I'm going to do this one. It's important that I keep my skills up. The other thing with that busy thing, we do know that we're starting, and there are only glimpses of it, but we know our teachers are starting to lose some of that pedagogical knowledge because they're asking AI to do the theory work for them. Give me a summary of universal design of learning. Give me a summary of what Vygotsky was saying about the zone of proximal development. Yeah, you'll get a dot point summary, but you haven't grappled with the theory, which is where that real deep understanding comes from. So we've got to be careful about that as well. We need to keep up teacher professionalism. Doesn't matter what area of teaching we work in. So some of the safeguards I use is I'll use AI for drafting. If I need to I just need to get my ideas sorted. I won't use AI for decision making. I'll always be critical of the things that AI produces. So I'm always observing and keeping kind of that critical eye in. So this is a question for all of you, and I encourage you to have these conversations. They're the conversations we're having at Deakin at the moment. Where does professional judgment begin and end? When can we think about AI? When do we have to think about what we're doing instead? Okay. Quickly, equity of access. This is a huge one for places like Indonesia where you have a really broad range of access. So we need to think about the equal opportunity and benefits of AI. So regardless of geography and resources, our challenges we have is digital divide, device inequality, English dominance in AI. So we really advocate for how can we set things up? How do we do structures to develop our learners? So we advocate for low bandwidth tools, local languages, and mentoring networks. So those that don't have as much resources learn from those that do. So how can AI support inclusion rather than exclusion? Okay, there's my summary. Bias, who is represented, privacy, whose data is used, judgment, who decides, and equity, who benefits. So responsible AI starts with responsible educators, which is all of you. And one way to do it, I'm going to finish on my favorite activity from Jakarta. We had 2 columns. What will you use AI for? What will you not use it for? And then also with students, what can students use it for and what should they not use it for? Getting that thinking gives us our policies, it gives us our regulation, it gives us our shared ways of using AI. Thank you. All right, I'm done. If there are questions, I am very happy to respond to them now. Thank you all for listening.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Owen. That's really wonderful presentations. Wow, I even cannot move my eyes from your presentation because starting from the beginning, you just give us a huge fact about, the negative sides of the use of AI inside, especially in the education. So if I can put some highlights point from your presentations, I can conclude that first, we can combine and use generative AI to help us in teaching by making quiz, stories, or even help us to generate some creative idea. And second, this is really interesting. When we are going to use AI, we need to put our concern on 3 main issues, including skills and competency, critical use, and ethical use. And the last one, AI can be also become one of the pedagogical partner. And the main key sources is the prompt, because with the proper prompt, AI will become our trusted learning media creator and teaching assistants. Okay, everyone, please kindly give a digital applause, maybe, for Dr. Owen. And also, if you have any question, please kindly send it on Zoom. Okay, thank you very much. Wow, that's really a big applause round. And now, before we go on the question and answer sessions, maybe some of our participants are quite shy and maybe also have some shock, yeah, especially because you highlighted that it is really interesting because one of your findings also, your personal research also in your classroom about Zoe, that the AI could give feedback for the Zoe's feedback. Is that correct? I would like to confirm it first.
Yes. So it did. It
Yes.
actually, yes, not only corrected her work, but when she said, AI, you're wrong, it went back and, yeah, it took 4 minutes for it to think about the fact that it was wrong. But yes, it did actually then come back and go, oh, you're right, I am wrong.
I see. But also in the beginning of your presentation, also it's highlight that even AI could make mistakes. So therefore, which one do you think more preferable? And could you please suggest us as a teacher, what should we emphasize in using AI to decrease the risk of misleading information given by the AI?
So one of the things comes back to your prompts. So I actually have been known to include, please only include published research, for instance, in the prompt. And that can reduce the likelihood of them hallucinating, which means making up information. They still do, but it is less likely. One of the things, this is why I like Notebook LM, because you put the information in, it won't hallucinate. It only uses the information you've given it. So you could feed that information, policy documents. So in Jakarta, what we did is we put in curriculum documents, and then we got it talking. So the podcast talked about these curriculum documents, but it had to stay in that frame. The other one is Claude will be better at not hallucinating because it has that ethical part to the development of it. So the biggest one that hallucinates is actually ChatGPT, even though it's the one that we use most often. So yeah, prompts, but then also thinking about which platform you're going to use. And then yeah, checking it, always checking the responses.
Always checking the responses. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is really very important that for us as a teacher to take certain notes on hallucinating output given by the generative AI. All right, so the first question is going to be from Bapak Solihin Ridwan, who has already raised his hand. Please, Kali, sir, could you please introduce yourself and also mention your institution's background? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. and Ms. How are you today? I want to ask you about how can artificial intelligence personalize learning for students in the classroom? I want to introduce myself. Your name is Solihin Ridwan, mahasiswa Pendas, SPA 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions.
Yes, so differentiation, it is very good at doing it, but only in terms of broad ways of doing it. You need to make sure it's got it. What you can do, and this is where I think it's really important, we don't put student information in, but we can use what we call personas. So you can kind of be like, this is the student that I need this task to be differentiated for. So you might have an original task and you've got that task there, and then you go, but I've got a student who is this. So they are struggling with this part of spelling, or they're struggling with this strategy, and giving AI that information, it can then create a task to respond to that. So I always start with, this is the broad task I'm doing. How do I then differentiate for these particular needs? So that's about being really specific about what that student needs and then getting AI to create from there.
All right, is that clear, Mr. Ridwan? Okay, clear. Thank you very much. Remember, even though you need to differentiate, you also need to put proper prompt, yeah, so that the output or maybe the task is going to be given differently. It is also really interesting regarding about using AI to ask the students to generate their content, because as what you have mentioned previously, if I'm not mistaken, that it is mentioned around 45% of the respondent mentioned that they claim the AI content generators as their own work. So I believe that you have already faced several also in your class. So how do you set the rules and also regulation in your classroom so that the students will not cheat or claim the AI result or the AI productions to be their assignments?
Yeah, and it's a really good question, and it's actually probably the biggest problem we're facing at Deakin. We do have a project going at the moment which is looking at assurance of learning. So how do we design tasks so that students can't claim to use AI as their own work? So a lot of this comes to task design, and I didn't have a lot of time to talk about it today, but task design is really important. So one of the things you can think about is, how do you want them to use AI, and build that into the task? So there are times when they can do it and times when they can't. So one of the things we're doing at the moment, a lot of our learning or our assurance, our assessments are starting to be much more verbal. So you can use AI to get all the information, but then you need to be able to have a conversation. So we do a lot of interactive orals. So they're not just standing up and presenting, because then AI can have written the speech for you, but you've got to talk to other students, and that demonstrates your knowledge. Some of the other things that we're starting to put in place are things like, we have a lot of our students do assessments based off reflections from placement. So when they're doing those reflections, getting their mentor to sign off on them. Yes, this is what happened. You have reflected on it. And then the mentor is saying that work is actually their work. So one of those is, designing tasks where they can't. But the other one is building that relationship so students have an ethical obligation. So they feel like, I can't do this. Like, I know that, if we can get a student to say, I'm not going to do this because it's cheating, then they're less likely to. So I think one of the things we still have a blurring about is using AI cheating or not. We don't have a clear-cut idea of that. So in your classrooms, going back to that activity of how students use it and don't use it, getting them to engage in that discussion, getting them to see, when I do that, I'm actually cheating. or when I do that, I'm not, that can work really well. One of the things we often do too is tell us how you used AI. And actually having, because then they've got to lie. They've either got to lie or they've got to tell us how they used it. So getting that reflection aspect in of how did you actually use it? Tick a box to say you used it this way can really help with that.
I see. It's going to be their own self-evaluation, also self-reflections, whether they are going to use it properly or not. Okay, it is
Yes.
really also important so that everyone here, participants, please kindly note that if you would like to use AI in the classroom, make sure that you design the task clearly and also set the rules in the beginning, whether you want the students to just use AI for drafting or maybe use AI to correct or do some corrections on the students' work. All right, last question. I think, yeah, from Didi Fadila, this is going to be our last questions for the discussion sessions. Please, Didi Fadila, please kindly introduce yourself and also mention your affiliations. Thank you.
Okay. Before I have question about AI. Give the current situation in the 25th century, where many technology users really rely on artificial intelligence. What do you think, Mr. Owen? If AI suddenly disappear, would it be possible that our daily life would change? Thank you.
I think I
Wow.
might. Is this question about how our daily lives will change with the use of AI?
Without the use of AI, because Didi
Without?
Fadila, yes, because he thought that how if in the future there is no internet connection and then suddenly ChatGPT or anything else or artificial intelligence just disappear, do you think that it's going to change our mind? Because previously you mentioned that many students are not giving effort to do their tasks and also maybe they are, using less cognitive in doing their assignments. So what do you think, Dr. Owen?
Yeah. Look, there's always a chance. I do know one of the things we were actually looking at the other day is we had examples of the glasses that you can wear that are now AI glasses, so you can see what's happening. So I'm like, how do we even stop it if I don't even know if that student actually needs glasses or they're just using AI? One of the things I think is really important is non-technology time. And I know, so we have in Australia, they've just brought in that students are now in primary levels are restricted with how much time they can be using technology. We've had it before and then it disappeared, but I think with the use of AI, they're bringing it back. So part of this is, I think it's a really good question. We have to keep building our skills and knowledge away from technology. So making sure, use AI, great, but let's also have tasks where we put down our computers. One of the key ones is how many students can't write anymore. Like you can't read their handwriting because they write so little. It's all texting, or they can't spell because spell checker just fixes it. So I think a key thing here is put it down. Have activities, have assignments where they do not use technology at all. Like there's nothing wrong with going and picking up a book and having to read the actual book and then analyze that way. So I actually think it's a really good question in that terms of all of us need to do it. I think when we get older, we get busy, so we keep using AI to help us, but we need to keep building those skills away from technology. So I think, being strict as educators, this task is a no technology task. Take your glasses off. We're not having AI glasses in here, and we are just going to do this. Pen and paper. Here's a pile of textbooks. Let's go. So I think that's how we tackle it.
All right, thank you very much. Is it clear, Mr. Didik Fadila? Okay, clear. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think he has some problem with the audio. Okay, yeah. Please remember that even though we are currently live next to each other or side by side with technology, but still, as a teacher, we also need to be creative. Try to have some assignment without technology. Go back to pen and paper and force our students to use their cognitive knowledge. All right. Thank you. Big thank you very much for Dr. Owens. Give applause one more time with the excellent responses, and I am hoping that all audiences get the core values of today's presentation and valuable insight from you, Dr. Owens. And as a token of appreciation, we would like to hand you the certificate virtually. And to seize the moment, could you please, the committee, to show our certificate, please? Yeah, this is a certificate for the token of appreciations.
Mr. Nova, maybe the certificate later we will give to CC.
All right, thank you very much. So it will be sent through the email. All right, thank you very much. So to seize the moment, I would like to invite all of the participants to open their camera so that we can take picture together with Dr. Owen together. All right, please kindly open your camera and I would like to count. So please be ready for taking the Zoom selfie together. 3, 2, 1, cheers. All right, one more time. 3, 2, 1, cheers. All right, okay, so one more time, thank you very much for your sharing, Dr. Owen, and we are hoping that we could have further collaborations, not only on this conference, but also on research and also innovations, especially about the use of artificial technology in educations.
Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our first plenary speaker, and currently we are going to have our next plenary speaker from Malaysia, and the next speaker will also share valuable insight and inspiring to employ technology in teaching and learning activity. All right, please welcome Dr. Salbihana binti Samsudin. Good morning, Dr. Salbihana.
Okay, good morning, and thank you very much. Okay, Mas Nova, is it? So you're
Yes.
Mas Nova? Okay.
Oh, Mas Nova. It's lovely. How are you today, Makcik? How are you today? Are you fine?
So I'm fine, thank you, but I'm having a little cough.
Oh,
Because
I'm
of the
really
weather,
sorry.
maybe.
I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope that you are going to get better soon, and I'm really
Okay.
glad to have you here. And ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a glance of Dr. Salbihina background. So Dr. Salbihina received her doctoral degree on falsafah from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And she started her early career as a secondary school teacher and pursued her career as lecturer in science department at IPG Campus Temenggong Ibrahim Johor Bahru from 2006 until 2012. And currently, she works as a senior lecturer in Planning, Research and Innovation Department at IPG Tun Hussein on Batu Pahat. She also plays a significant role as chairperson of IPG KTHO or Tuan Hussein On Strategic Planning Committee and chairperson of Teaching School Committee. And in this occasion, Dr. Salbihana also will present her presentation entitled Transforming Education SDG, Sustainable Development Goals in Doing STEM. Wow, this is really interesting. So, Dr. Salbihana, you are going to have 40 minutes to deliver your presentations, and afterward we are going to have question and answer sessions. And one more time for the audience, if you have any questions, you may send your questions to our meeting room chat, or also you may raise your hand at the end of the presentations. All right, Dr. Salbihana, are you ready?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, please proceed.
Mas Nova. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. I'm Dr. Salbihana Samsudin, as has been mentioned, from IPG Campus Tun Hussein On, Johor, Malaysia. So hi everyone. My sincere appreciation to the organizer for inviting me today. And over the years, actually, we have had many meaningful collaborations between IKIP Siliwangi and IPG Campus Tun Hussein On. And I've been fortunate to visit IKIP Siliwangi several times. And recently, we also had a pleasure of welcoming a delegation from IKIP to our place here in IPG Campus Tun Hussein On. And I'm truly grateful to be invited as one of the panelists for this session. The theme, Transforming Primary Education Through Global Perspectives on AI, Sustainability and Inclusivity, is indeed timely and highly relevant to current educational challenges. As the world continues to evolve, our education systems must also adapt to ensure that students remain equipped with the skills and knowledge needed for the future. And I'm delighted to have this opportunity today to share some of our best practices in embedding sustainability and environmental literacy in primary education here in Malaysia. So may I have my slide, or do I have to share it on my own, Mas Nova?
Yeah, you may share it by your own if you would
Oh, I
like to.
see. Okay. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see it. Transforming education, SDG in doing STEM. That's me, Dr. Salbihana.
Yes.
Okay, so basically, as we know, the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 SDG goals serve as a global blueprint for peace and prosperity that addresses key challenges such as poverty, inequality, climate changes, and environmental decline through 17 interconnected objectives designed to ensure holistic and sustainable progress for both people and the planet. Among these goals, the SDG 4 focus on the quality of education, aims to ensure that inclusive and equitable education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. So we have another 5 more years to go. And in education, the SDGs are not only target to be achieved, this also acts as a guide for us to expose to our students to current global issues and help them understand how these issues relate to their everyday lives. And today, my sharing will focus on primary education, particularly on relevant skills, the use of up-to-date technology, and creating a safe learning environment for the students. So this is our focus in our education system. We are dealing with the students' competencies that is focused on the 6 key attributes needed by every student to be globally competitive. That is knowledge, thinking skills, leadership, bilingual proficiency, ethics and spirituality and national identity. And of course, by this STEM, we are hoping that the students will experiencing a deep learning where they will equip them with the skills to help them to deal with the problems in their daily life. And so we are focusing on these skills aligned with the national education system in Malaysia. So how do we get there? So first, we focus on improving students' learning strategies. And second, we ensure to continue training for teachers. And finally, we strengthen the parents' understanding and awareness in this SDG and together with the STEM in their learning education. So first of all, let us look at the improvement of the students' learning strategies. We are focusing on the project-based learning, but in current project-based learning, we are focusing on technology to help students to understand more and learn more about the SDG and issues related to their daily life. So this is one of the example of our project, our student learning strategies as based on the project-based learning. Students were divided into small groups of 7 to 8, and they were provided with equipments that allows them to create interactive hardware projects using sensors, slides, and motor connected to a microcontroller. And in this case, they use Arduino kits to build their own model of a dream city. And while they build their city, to integrate the SDGs, each group has to design modern facilities and technologies based on selected SDG elements. For instance, they built homes inspired by SDG 11, that is sustainable cities and communities. They included smart industries, agro-tech systems, and infrastructures in line with SDG 9. They designed smart schools that support health and well-being as highlighted in SDG 3. They incorporated efficient waste management based on SDG 12, that is responsible consumption and production. And they created smart park to promote environmental sustainability. and surprisingly, they managed to build their own city with their special characteristics based on the SDG and the technology to improve their daily life in their own village. Yeah. So this is done. The project was done in a village where the students will be guided by the lecturer and the teachers as well to build up their own dream city, to make sure that they will have a better place to live. And by using the technology, we let them realize that they will be much more healthier and safe to be live in a country based on the SDG. Okay, so another project involved is building automation using coding blocks and basic Python, introduced through Minecraft education. This platform used the popular sandbox game to teach STEM, coding, history, and digital citizenship through the interactive and collaborative worlds. It helps students build important and collaborative worlds, and it helps students build important future-ready skills such as creativity, problem solving, communication, and teamwork, as all within a fun, immersive learning environment. And we can see that the students enjoy the game and manage to build up their own dream town in order to make their life better in their own hometown. Yeah, so this is where the student present their final showcasing and pitching the final product of their teamwork design, and they managed to produce or build up their own city in their own dream and group together with their friends. Okay, so next we are having this maths venture where students explore mathematical concepts and develop spatial thinking using the mathematics cubes, and this activity applied the inquiry-based mathematics education approach, such as engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate, which the students enjoy building their own town using the cubes, and they were actually applying the mathematical skills and the concepts of the SDG. Okay, so then we are also applying the SDG, where we did the STEM activities at the indigenous school, or here we call it as Sekolah Orang Asli, to ensure inclusive and equitability, quality of education, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So upholding the principle of the education for all and leaving no one behind, we also conduct STEM activities with indigenous students. Unlike urban students, they use locally available materials without relying on internet access, and to ensure learning remains meaningful, relevant, and accessible for them. And this is to ensure that students remain equipped with the skills and knowledge needed for the future. As we can see here, the students managed to do their activity in groups, and enjoy doing it. Okay. This is actually another STEM activity done by the students. Okay, and the student managed to show their product at the end of the activity.
Excuse me, Dr. Salbihina. We're really sorry that we cannot listen to the audio from your presentations.
Sorry?
Yeah, we are really sorry that we cannot hear the audio coming out from your presentations.
See.
Yeah, maybe you forgot to tick the enable sound before sharing the presentations.
Okay. Wait, yeah. Can you hear it? Yes.
Yes, only a little, maybe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, maybe you can help us to describe what kind of song or what kind of activity are they doing by using the hands.
Okay, okay, better? Is it better?
Yeah, only little, We can only listen to
Okay,
it a
okay.
little.
Okay. Okay. They are actually doing activities in STEM where they manage to build up a robotic hand so that they can understand the concept of STEM, and then they manage to enjoy the process. And at the end of the day, they manage to learn STEM while implementing the SDGs in this indigenous school, and here we call it as sekolah orang asli, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
In order to ensure that inclusive and equitability quality education opportunities for all. Okay. Okay. So then we're going to next strategy, that is training for teachers. We focus on training teachers and lecturers. Before training school teachers, our lecturers were first exposed to the implementation of STEM and SDG integration. And this includes not only hands-on STEM activities, but also embedding SDG elements in teaching. And importantly, this approach is introduced not only to science teachers, but also for teachers of other subjects, so that awareness of the SDGs can be spread across a curriculum. And apart from this physical training, we managed to conduct training of trainers among the lecturers in order to make sure that we will spread the concept of SDG while doing the courses to the teachers, as in the video I shared. Okay, so these are all the teachers in the workshop for training of trainers. Okay, this is also in service teachers workshop where we managed to introduce the SDG and STEM concept in all for all teachers, not only for science teachers, including the languages and pendidikan Islam and everything, so that we hope to introduce SDG in across the curriculum in the primary school here in Malaysia. And this is the TOT for teachers. Before we introduce the SDG and STEM to the students, we have this TOT for teachers. Okay. So importantly, this approach is introduced not only to science teachers, and apart from physical training, we provide exposure through webinars, virtual workshops, and also online sharing sessions with the teachers and also the lecturers across the subject content, that is science and other subjects are taught in our primary school. Okay. So then we move to the next strategy, that is to raise the parents' understanding. So here by the paper written in our journal, yeah, we try to spread the concept of STEM and SDG in doing STEM through the paper in our journal education, and also from our book, that is the book for entitled Belajar Sains di Rumah, for guided for the parents to teach their their kids at home, and then to ensure that families are aware of the latest developments in education. We engage parents through multiple channels, okay, and also the community engagement programs. That is, we go to school, and this one is to the indigenous schools, and we manage to teach the parents the concept of science, and then we embedded the SDG in order to make sure that they understand and they have the awareness of the SDG in their daily life, so that the concept of SDG is hopefully being spread through the students and the parents as well, in order to make sure that education in Malaysia helps the country to understand and apply the SDG in their daily life. Okay. So last but not least, I would like to say that aligned with this Malaysia national education philosophy, which emphasize balance in development in the physical, emotional, spiritual, intellectual, and social domains. To achieve this aspiration, students must go through a deep learning process where they apply the knowledge and skills they have gained to solve real-life problems. And this, in our context, we decided to introduce this SDG through STEM activities, as science and mathematics are naturally connected to daily life and real issues in our daily life. Okay, so I think this is all what I've planned to share today, and I hope that I have share something meaningful, and maybe there are some ideas from IKIP Siliwangi that we can share and to improve our practice here in Malaysia. And that's all. Thank you. I leave it to you, Mr. Mas Nova. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Salbihina, for the insightful presentations. Thank you very much. This is really nice. And I can highlight 3 main points here, regarding about the education policy in Malaysia. That first, Malaysia education system has already implemented 6 essential elements to be globally competitive. It is including the knowledge, thinking skills, leadership skills, bilingual proficiency, ethics, and spirituality, and national identity. I think this is also can be implemented in Indonesia, especially in the university, so that we can also encourage the pre-service teacher or future teachers to try to implement the 6 key elements to pursue the students to be able to globally competitive. And second, when we are going to apply STEM to raise the students' awareness on the sustainable development goals, we can use the project-based learning as the best practice to provide real-life and meaningful learning experience, and also sharpen students' creativity and productivity. And the last one, the government of Malaysia has tried hard to encourage teachers and lecturers through seminars and workshops, and collaborate with parents and communities to raise students' awareness on sustainable development goals for daily life. This is really meaningful outcome. And also, I would like to ask certain questions about this one. Could you please share to us about how did the university or the Malaysia government encourage the parents to take a part in the students' learning progress? Maybe this is also becoming one of the dilemma, as we know that parents commonly, there are stereotype of parents that parents just would like to put their kids at school and let the education give 100% trust to the schools, so that not many parents would like to be engaged or to take any responsibility, to take any part for being the students' learning progress. So what did, or maybe what have you done in the university or based on the Malaysia government to encourage parents to take a part or take actions in the students' learning progress?
Okay, thank you, Mas Nova, for that questions. Well, in Malaysia, we have this special program. We call it as Sarana Ibu Bapa. There is a policy where we open the school doors, as we said it as dasar buka pintu in school, where we will guide the parents to involve in their students or in their kids' education, and we will give them the opportunity to be together with the students in several activities that we plan. And so it means that the parents will have the guidance from the teacher and also the students. And then we have this one way of doing homework with their parents. We have this policy where the homework will be done by the parents and we have the form to be filled by the parents to make sure that they will involve. Let's say, for example, the task will be given to the students and they have to bring it back to the parents and they have to do it together. For example, they do the cooking and then in science, maybe they have to write several types of vegetables and the recipe of the meal, and this is the homework given by the teachers to the students, and they have to do this with their mom, maybe at home, and maybe they help their father to wash the car, and then they have to make a report on that, and that is why we slowly and try to let the parents interested and join the activity, and when they have the opportunity and the the welcome signal from the schools, so they will be more confident and they will take the opportunity, and from there we can see that the involvement of parents and teachers as well will give the students the best learning process, and basically these are the students who will be success in their studies in school. Okay, I think it would answer the question.
See. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear. And also, it means that the parents also encouraged to be taken some participations for the students' assignment at home. And you also mentioned that actually the teacher provides guidance, right? Is that right? For the parents to observe and also to assess, maybe to evaluate about the students' learning progress. What kind of instrument does the teacher or the school provide for the parents?
Let's say, for example, for this activity that I did mention before, let's say for the example of helping the mother to in the kitchen. So we have the guide. What are the questions to be answered by the mom, by the mother, by the parents, and by the students? And how do we manage to let the parents know what is actually the objective of the learning process? So we will teach them, but in their not in our way of writing the objectives of the learning process, but in a very layman language, maybe to be understood by the parents, so that they know, oh, these are the things that my kids should know. For example, they learn about colors. So we ask them to describe an orange and what is the color of an orange. So then we let the parents know these are the objectives of the learning for today. So they manage to know, oh, these are the things that my kids learn, and they will manage to help the students learn better.
I see.
We provide a guideline for the parents, not only giving the homework and then do this at home with your mom. No, we add and they have to have the proof of doing it together.
Signature probably,
Yes, sometimes we have to take pictures, and now you have WhatsApp in class group. So they have to share the photos taken with their kids in the group, so that it will encourage another parents to involve together.
I see. Wow, that's kind of lovely. That's kind of lovely, so that everyone would like to show. Today I have already with my son, with my daughter doing the assignment. This is really interesting. But there is also one thing that I'm curious about, which is going to be, is this kind of activity only occurs for primary and elementary school, or in secondary also applied the same?
Actually, Ms. Nova, research shows that the involvement of parents is actually more relevant and more significant when they are in the primary school, since they are during their kindergarten actually, and when the students is grow, and when they are in the secondary school, we will start to give them to have their independent way of learning, but at the same time, there must be a way the parents can help them, but maybe not as the one we did in the primary school. And then in this case, we will actually inviting the parents with the background of education, maybe teachers from other schools and maybe lecturers in university in that particular school as parents, so they can help other parents to help their students in their learning process. And this is how we manage to implement the parents' involvement in school, in primary and secondary school as well.
I see, I see. So therefore, because most of the participants now are pre-service primary teachers, so therefore maybe for all participants, you may take a note on this. This is really important. Remember, whenever you are going to give your students, future students, assignment, task, or homework, make sure you ask the parents to be involved. So that the parents realize that teaching is not only about giving informations, but also educating the students, educating their cognitive and also behavior. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Salbihina. This is really a great insight, including me, because I have a daughter right now at home. Also, we tried, as a parent, we tried to teach her how to become a good student in the future. All right. There are going to be some questions given by the participants. Thank you very much. We are going to have the first question given by Neng Desi. Oh, there are going to be 3 people at once, yeah? Neng Desi, Nurul Yulia, and also Naila Edna. So please proceed for your questions.
Okay, before that, my name is Neng Desi Agustina Sundari. I am from class A4. So this is my question.
Okay.
How can the 6 key attributes of the Malaysian education system, knowledge, thinking skills, leadership, bilingualism, ethic, and spirituality and national identity be integrated into STEM SDG activities? Okay, thank you.
Okay, how to integrate the 6 elements into STEM educations? Wow, this is quite critical. This is quite critical. It is certain like the applications in real teaching strategies. Okay, Dr. Salbihina.
Okay, I thank you for the questions, Neng Desi. Okay, first of all, at the end of the activity or the product or the program, we actually have to prepare for a showcase session where the students have to present and perform their product in order to make sure that they understand what they are doing. And then in that during that session, they have to introduce their product as I've been presenting before. They have their dream city. It is actually based on their own hometown. So when they realize what is happening in their hometown and they know the background of their hometown and they build their dream city based on their hometown, it will raise their nationality, their feel of belonging. And then together with that, when they are presenting, it is actually we develop their leadership, their language competencies, and of course their communication skills. And that is how we manage to do STEM and let them feel the deep learning process. Hi, everyone. Okay, then through that process, at the end of the process, they will present their product in their showcase and pitching session. And there is where we manage to value, or we manage to evaluate their achievement in that particular elements we've been focusing on our education in Malaysia.
Okay, so at the end, we are going to have a showcase. So that during the showcase, it's going to be emphasizing the characters or the 6 key elements through the presentations, also through the showcase itself. Okay, Neng Desi and friends, is it clear enough?
Yeah, it's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's going to be good also. Yeah. Maybe the lecturer in IKIP Siliwangi can also try to have showcase project based. It is a good inspiring for the lecturers also to implement a similar activity in the classroom. And then the next question coming from Bapak Arif Maulana. Hello, Assalamualaikum. Bapak Arif Maulana, could you please mention your name and also your affiliations? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mr. Nova. And I have a question. It's interesting about this. I have a question about families' education. How we can we monitor the implementation of education within families that have different background, such as those without the presence of a father. I think fatherless. In today's context, the role of the father is often seen as lacking involvement in family's education. The condition commonly referred to as fatherless. What impact does this have on the progress of education both within the families and at the home? And next, and how does fatherless affect the success of science learning through project-based learning, especially when the learning activities involve the family? Maybe that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Wow. Thank you. Please, Dr. Salvina.
Okay, thank you very much, Mas Arif. Okay, it is about the parents' involvement, right? I'm not quite clear with the questions. Okay, so basically, as I said earlier, we have the documents being signed by the parents to make sure that they involve in the assignment or the homework, and then from there we managed to see that the improvement of that particular student's learning will be better. And basically, from the theory and the practices before, we can see that parents' involvement is very important. That is why we like to look and take into our focus to make sure that this involvement from the parents will be one of the school's strategy to make sure that the learning process will happen not only in school but also at home. Yeah, and then as I said earlier, when the parents realize and notice that what are actually the students learn in school, they will feel very happy to help the students, their kids, at home. And at the same time, it is a way of teaching the parents actually in education. For example, in this SDG, in doing STEM, we are actually teaching the parents as well through their kids. For example, I would like to share that we for that nationality, and basically I think each and every country will have that campaign of using the local product, right? For example, in Malaysia, we will encourage people to use our local product. So from the kids in school, we teach them. For example, I managed to give a homework to the student. List up the things in your refrigerator at home that is a product of Malaysia. So they went home and they look for it and they asked the mother, and then that is how we managed to make a campaign to the parents through the kids. So this is what I said, that parents' involvement is very important, and a way of communication between the schools and the students and the parents is very important. That is how the school managed to make sure that the parents were involved. Because sometimes when in a rural area, the parents might not be having enough financial to help the school in order to maybe financially providing the school with equipments, but then they can help these things in order to make sure that the achievement of the students at that particular school will be better. Okay, Ms. Arif, is that answering your question? I'm not quite clear with the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. It's quite clear, I think, yeah, from Pak Arif also. Yeah, this is so interesting because when we are going to involve the parents, it means that the students also are going to have additional supervisors, not only at schools from the teachers, but also the parents at home. This is also very interesting because in Indonesia, we also have this kind of rubrics or guidance, but not
I
for the
see.
STEM educations, but it is for the religions educations.
Ah,
So maybe here as the Bapak Ibu dosen and also some of the students and participants, do you still remember when we are in elementary school, the school provide us with buku Ramadan. So it is just like a book that includes about our self-reflection, whether we do Salat Subuh, Salat Zuhur, or not during the Ramadan, and also during the 30 days, whether we have fasting or not. So we need to put a tick and the parents will evaluate to doing so. So it is just like a path. Maybe it's quite
yeah,
similar with
yeah,
what
yeah.
actually implemented in Malaysia also.
So, Mas Baba, I would like to add a few more facts that basically, as
Mm-hmm.
we did discuss from the previous speaker, is about the
Mm-hmm.
AI.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this
Mm-hmm.
is one of the way to make sure that the students and the parents will get a good relationship, because as you know, nowadays students will only ask the ChatGPT, ask
Ah,
about
yeah.
AI in whatever they want to do. And
Yes,
for
yes.
example, like for cooking, they will
Mm-hmm.
search the recipe or the menu in the internet,
Mm-hmm.
not as like what we did, what we practiced before. We ask our
Mm-hmm.
mom and our
Mm-hmm.
family to do this and that, and this is one way of make sure that the relationship with the between the parents and the kids will be in a good condition.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, in a way that we are not against the technology, but we have to realize that we are human and we need that relationship in order to be achieving a harmony and a peaceful life in this world, as well as the SDG goals,
I
as SD
see.
goals.
I see. So therefore, with additionally, after the learning, they also can build positive relationship and
Yeah.
also bonding with the
Yes.
parents through education. That's really interesting points. That's good. That's good. I think I'm going to try to have that
All
during
the
my
best.
own teaching. All right. And also maybe this is the next question coming from Akila. Hello, Akila. Can you listen to me? Yes. Okay. So please kindly mention your name and also your affiliation as well. Thank you.
My name is Akila Widianti Zarani. I have a question. There is criticism that focusing too much on SDGs social issues like climate change or poverty in STEM might dilute the hard science or technical depth of the subject. How do we balance social awareness with the rigor of mathematics and physics contents? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Miss Akila. So for physics and mathematics, it is actually one of the elements in our project that I just did present before. For example, in Maths Venture, we are actually using the magnetic cube, and we will let the students in primary school to count uh, the what do we call that? What do we call luas in English? Luas.
Oh, wide.
The wide of that particular space. The concept of mathematics is there. How to build up a building in this height, and how do you manage to build a building in the concept of physics to make it balance and everything. So these are all the concepts that in STEM we are implementing, but of course, in primary school, we are not go into deep physics, but the concept is there. Concept is for science, English, physics, mathematics is there. They have to use the numbers, the physics concepts, and of course the mathematics, numbers, mathematics, and these are all in science, where we combine together in STEM, and then we manage to relate it to the SDG as we said before. And surprisingly, our students today, even they are from a rural area, they have their own creative way of presenting or creating their product, and they have their own justification and knowledge that is beyond our knowledge. At the the student, the lecturers and the teachers sometimes were being surprised by the answers of the students, and the justification of their presentation during the showcase. And this is how we managed to develop and develop their thinking, develop their awareness in SDG while doing the STEM project. Okay.
Okay, that's pretty clear, yeah, by having the projects-based learning at the end. So therefore, it also can apply the theory of physics and also mathematics. Maybe Miss
Yeah.
Akila, do you have further questions?
Enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Akila, for the question. This is really interesting, yeah, because you also mentioned about the rural students coming from the rural area, and also before you highlight that beside of parents, there is also the encouragements given or taken from the community. What kind of best practice that the government of Malaysia have already implemented to reach the community so that the community can provide awareness for the students about the SDG?
Okay, as well as the parents' involvement, we also would like to involve the community around the schools area, maybe schools compound.
Okay,
And again, through the project-based learning, sometimes we have given a task. We give a task to the students to make a visit to the nearby retail shop, maybe. Or maybe to interview the head of the village, maybe to get some information, so that they will aware what is going on. And sometimes we did invite them into the school's program, for example, for school days, for culture days, and here in Malaysia, I think it will goes the same way in Indonesia. We will involve them in the activity, and here is where we open the window. Open the schools area to the society and community, so that they can see what is actually happening in school. And this is how the management try to approach them, maybe to get the fund in order to upgrade the school's development, or maybe whatever sources that they can give to the schools. Not only maybe the education process, but maybe in this financially, and maybe also the process of helping the school to make sure that they are safe in school. I mean that the community around the school must know what is happening in school, so that they have the intention to help the school together to keep the school safe. And one more is actually to make sure that they can be the
supervisors, maybe
police to the school.
Yeah.
For example, if the student is doing something wrong outside the school, for example, they're having cigarettes and smoking or whatever, so they will be the police to make a report to the school, and it helps a lot actually. Instead of being so the involvement of community with the school is actually coming in so many ways. So we are not focusing only to the learning process, but we must realize that in order to make sure that the learning process will be run smoothly and according to what we have been planned, we must have this strong connection with the parents as well and the community around the school.
I see. So that maybe the community can be a free CCTV, yeah, about the students' activity outside of the schools. Maybe some of the students would like to break some rules by getting out during the school time, so the community can be the police to catch them, to capture them, and can give them back to the schools. All right, this is going to be our last questions given by Miss Mutiara. Hello, Miss Mutiara. Could you please mention your name and also your affiliation as well? Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Education now emphasizes project and real problem solving, but our national exams still emphasize memorization and multiple choice. How can we overcome this conflict? Thank you.
Wow,
Okay,
this is kind of critical, yeah, about this the national exam policy. Okay, maybe Dr.
okay,
Salbina,
yes.
maybe you can give insight
This is
from
a very
Malaysian
good
perspective.
question. Yes. So we are talking about assessment, right? Assignment is assessment. The way of assessment nowadays is should be revised, as well as the technology of AI. Well, here in our IPG, we are now moving to more to a presentation instead of a written assessment. As we know nowadays, assessment by a written assessment can be done by the help of ChatGPT, maybe AI and everything. So in order to make sure that the students gain the knowledge genuinely and they can deliver the knowledge back to the process of our project that I did mention before. During the showcase, we might take the showcase as one of the assessment way of evaluating the students' achievement. So during the assessment, that is where they present their findings or whatever their product, and this is where the lecturer or the teacher can ask questions and they answer the questions genuinely and without referring to any gadget or any other sources. So we might have the real achievement that the students achieve from the project or learning process being done, and not only by the examination way, as you said, as you did mention, by the multiple choice or the written assessment, as we did currently in our education system. Yeah, so I suggest, and I would like to suggest that the assessment process must be revised, and we are focusing on the presentation more instead of the written examination as what we did before. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so therefore, be careful in giving the assessment because you know that the outcome of education is educating, not memorizing. Okay, do you have any further question, Miss Mutiara?
Enough, thank you, Miss.
Okay,
Sorry,
enough.
Miss Anna, I would like to add on something that is about the deep learning process. Deep learning means that you have to learn genuinely from the process you're doing, and at the end of the day, you can deliver and you can tell people what is going on, what is happening, and what is your product. That is how the process of deep learning should be done actually.
Yeah, Miss. Okay. Okay, thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Salvina, for the feedback. Deep learning, yeah, this is really good and also relevant nowadays. If I'm not mistaken, joyful learning, meaningful learning also, and there are going to be three principles that we need to imply or implement during the deep learning. All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Salvina, and ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big round of applause one more time for Dr. Salvina for giving us the core values of today's presentation. And as a token of appreciation, the committee have already prepared for the certificate virtually, so we are going to take picture together. All right, so for the whole participants, could you please open your camera so that we can take picture together, and let me lead the photo sessions by counting 3, 2, 1, cheers. One more time. 3, 2, 1, cheers. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Salbihina Samsudin, for giving us the insights about the integrations of SDG in STEM educations. And we're hoping that we can do some further collaborations, yeah, maybe on research and also innovations. And also, this is the end of our second plenary speaker, and hopefully all of us here gain fruitful insight to enhance our teaching skills. We have already learned about how to integrate artificial intelligence And also now we have already learned how to integrate the sustainable development goals in STEM educations. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, and also learners speakers, we will proceed to the next agenda, which is going to be the parallel sessions. So that I will give it back to the master ceremony, Ibu Linda Hania, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry about this trouble. Thank you, Mr. Nova, and also our amazing speaker for the marvelous session. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, let's watch together dance performance from IKIP Siliwangi Elementary School Teacher Education Student. Thank you for the performance from IKIP Siliwangi Elementary School Teacher Education Student. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation from the fourth speaker at 1 p.m., we will enter the parallel session. And for the parallel session, for the presenter, please notice that you may leave after we close this session, but please join us again in this link at once. And the committee will distribute your account to design room before we finally close this session and moving on the parallel session and the
Bagi mahasiswa yang lain yang bukan presenter, boleh kalau misalkan mau menyaksikan artikel-artikel yang dibuat oleh para pemateri bisa masuk ke beberapa breakout room-nya ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the explanation of the fourth speaker will be hosted again by Mr. Nova. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Ibu Master of Ceremony, Ibu Linda Hania. All right, good afternoon all. And I'm coming back again to guide all of you to our fruitful discussion today with our inspiring plenary speaker, the fourth plenary speaker from today, which is coming from University of Leeds, England, United Kingdom. Please welcome Professor Sarah Howard, Ph.D. Hello, Professor Howard. Hi, how are you today? Good morning. What time is it in the UK?
It's 6:30 in the morning.
6:30
So I
in the
have my
morning. Oh, hi.
I have my coffee with me.
Oh, that's kind of lovely. So good morning in the UK and good
morning.
afternoon from Indonesia. It is
Yes, thank you.
1:30 in Indonesia in the afternoon.
Yeah.
All right, I'm glad
Thank you
to
for
hear
having me.
that finally we can meet through this online platform. And ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Professor Howard. So Professor Sarah Howard is a professor of digital education, the School of Education, University of Leeds, England, United Kingdom. She received her PhD in education from University of Sydney in 2009, and currently she also acts as director, Center for Digital Education, School of Education, University of Leeds. And she also actively takes part in various organizations, including the Board of Trustees, British Schools in Brussels, and Education Research Advisory Panel Media Center for Education Research in Australia. She has received various research grants with her research focus on artificial intelligence, digital media integration in education, and also digital teaching and learning. And she already produced hundreds of research publications. Wow, wonderful, very inspiring lecturer, professor, and also researcher. And in this occasion, we are really lucky because we have Prof. Howard to present her presentation entitled How Primary School Teachers Use Gen AI Tools to Support Professional Learning. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Howard will present her presentation for 40 minutes. And there will be also question and answer sessions afterward. So, Professor Howard, are you ready to present your presentations? Oh, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I cannot listen to your voice.
Am I?
Okay. Yeah. Now I can hear you.
Are you getting me? Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm just going to share my screen. I have a slight change in my title, but the topic will cover the same content.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah,
That's kind of
thank
lovely
you.
then.
Okay. So I'm just going to share, and then you're happy for me to get started.
Yes, sure. Go
Yes.
ahead. Please proceed
Wonderful.
to the
Thank you so
presentations.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much for having me today. And welcome to all of your participants to the conference. So today we're going to do some thinking around some unknowns related to learning design, teaching with AI tools, and I am indeed going to talk about some new data that I have of a study looking at how primary teachers are using pedagogical agents to support their practice. But what we're really interested in is how can we understand these practices better? How can we think about the use of AI as a component of teaching and learning? I usually do this talk with Professor Jo Tunder from the University of the University in Brussels, but he couldn't be with us today. He's in Madrid at another conference, so I'll be doing it on my own. So really what I'm going to do today is I'm going to be workshopping a couple of ideas with you, and specifically the idea of the fourth teacher. And we're interested in AI as a fourth teacher, as a co-teacher, and what are the affordances of this, and how do you design for it? And what do these tools do well? What do they really bring us as teachers, and what do they really bring learners? So the main argument here is that we need better thinking tools. We need better ways to understand how teachers are using these tools, and then how we can support practitioners to be able to explore and to be able to design to create the learning environments that they want for their learners. So again, in this, we're really looking at the idea, and we're kind of playing with it, the idea of a fourth teacher, and really how that takes us into our unknown future, which we find quite exciting. So, oh, I'm having a bit of trouble with my slides. Oh, there we go. So before we think about our future and where we're going and our future teachers, we'd like to look at our past teachers. So in our past teachers, we actually have 3 teachers in our lives, just so you know. So these here are my and Yo's first teachers. And so here's me and my first teacher on the Great Wall of China, and we're on a trip together. We like to travel together. And Yo and his first teacher on a ski trip in France because they like to downhill ski. So that is our first teacher. Our first teacher is our parents. So we learned from our parents. I developed a love of travel from my first teacher, and Yo developed a love of skiing from his first teacher. Oops. So for our second teachers, so many of us, our second teacher were the ones that taught us to read and write. So here's Yo on an excursion with his second teacher in Brussels at Monica Piss, which is a very important, and he made sure that I told you guys Monica Piss was a very important Belgian statue and cultural icon. And here I am ready for my second teacher to go to first grade. And so these are our second teachers, our actual teachers, our classroom teachers that we learn our content from. So we learn to read, we learn to write, we learn our maths, we learn our geography, and those are our second teachers. But who is our third teacher? So the physical environment, our third teacher. So my third teacher, so I went to primary school. I'm from the Northeast in the US originally. And so this is my primary school that I went to. And here you can see in Brussels is Yo's secondary school. Now, if you look at these schools, they're very similar. So, and there's also the school buildings on either continent. These are 5,000 kilometers apart from each other, are roughly the same. They're roughly the same on the outside, and they're roughly the same on the inside. Boards, fronts, desks in rows. It was the 80s and 90s. It was quite a while ago. We didn't have a lot of flexible learning spaces, but we would argue this design is still quite dominant. So what is understood is that the physical space is also an actor in this environment. We're looking at the whole environment. So a lot of the research about this learning environment looks at the physical learning environment. So, and in that, we see that the physical learning environment is an actor in the space. Specifically, we explore the positioning of different objects in that space and looking at what happens in a classroom space, how we move, how we organize ourselves, how we as teachers ask our students to work. So it's very dominated by the things we have in that space, and that materiality is quite important. So when we think about the digital space, we are arguing that we in fact think about the digital space in that learning environment, not just the physical space. Now, what about digital spaces? So again, our argument is that learning environments look at the physical space, but we're bringing in the digital space. How does the digital space impact on us? And this is relatively unknown. So we're exploring how digital spaces come together with those physical spaces to create a whole learning environment. And here, we're not necessarily talking just about when we purposefully design for blended learning. We're looking at all sorts of digital spaces that we use in our face-to-face teaching, spaces that are in the environment, the ways that students are working. We have our learning management systems, collaborative online documents, different games and spaces that students engage in. So in these different spaces, students have different kinds of interactions. They work as groups, they work individually. We might provide them feedback, they might access resources. So in these learning platforms, there are potentially agents that students interact with within their own learning path, within their own learning process. So for example, in this picture, I'm on a school visit. This is last year at a conference. It's a school in Belgium. And in this school, students can negotiate with teachers how they want to learn. So they can choose their own learning path, which is quite interesting. So here I'm interacting with a QR code. So you can see the little learning carrel, the learning space in the back. There's a QR code, and the student can scan this with their phone. And within it, there are activities, there are reflections, things like that in this digital space that the student can then engage with. And this creates a learning environment, the physical space, the teacher, their peers, and this digital space and what they work with in that. And that's the whole space they're in. But we're struggling to design for the full space. So thinking about how do we bring these spaces together? So Yo and I were asking this question, and we've created a model to think about this. And we think about the whole integrated learning environment with its various components. And we did this as part of a group called EduSummit. EduSummit is a global UNESCO community of researchers, policymakers, and practitioners that specifically focus on the integration of digital technologies in education. So a couple of years ago, Yo and I led a thematic work group as part of this to explore the interplay between physical and digital learning spaces. So the aim of that group was to generate a conceptual model of integrated spaces. Now, to do that, we looked at the state of the art around the relevant literature, empirical studies, different projects from around the world, related practices. Also, our experience during COVID, so where everyone had to go online and what we learned in that. And from that work, we developed a model called DETAIL. So DETAIL is Designing Teaching and Learning Environments Tool. So DETAIL is intended to act as a guide, a conceptual framework to help us think about how we bring physical and digital learning spaces together. And the main components of this space help us break it up so teachers can think about it. So in this, we are theorizing, where does AI fit into this space? And when we talk about AI, we're specifically talking about generative AI. And the reason for that are the interactions that those tools afford. And those are quite interesting for us. Of course, we have a lot of AI tools and they do a number of automated tasks and things like that. But we're really interested in that interaction that we design for in that learning space. So we're arguing that Gen AI tools may hold a different position in learning and teaching from our kind of regular digital technologies and spaces. And again, it's because of these interactions and the potential that's there for teaching and learning. Is it a digital technology? Is it a digital space? Is it a teacher? What is it actually doing in that space? So to do that, to have a bit of a think about that, and we're kind of theorizing here, this is quite a new idea. We're going to look at an example that we had from our development of this model and kind of unpack the dimensions of this model. So to do this, we've looked at and this is an example from the Netherlands called Agora. And this is a real case from the Netherlands. So this is an online space, an online learning environment that students work in. So in here, the avatars are students between the ages of 14 and 18. And these are students who are struggling to attend school, who don't want to attend school anymore. And so we're going to unpack this environment with the model. Now, again, these are what's called school leavers. So I'm sure you have them in all countries. In Indonesia, students who aren't happy going to school. And instead of just having them leave school and not complete, we create alternative options for them. Sometimes it's a separate school, sometimes it's study at home. In this instance, it's a learning space, right? So we're going to unpack what that space is. So here is the detail model, and you can see that it's annotated with the Agora example. So we're going to start with context. So here we're dealing with in Netherlands, they're called home sitters. In Belgium, they're called home sitters. And this is, again, supported by the Dutch government. So in this, you can see that these are students that have the potential to drop out. So these are definitely in high school, kind of years 10 to 12. And this environment was created to help them stay in school. And that's the context. These are the students that we're dealing with. The organization, which we can also refer to as the grammar of schooling, lesson timing, classrooms, behavior management, subject areas, things like that. So in this, the grammar of schooling, the organization is that they each have a personal mentor. They have individual online group meetings that they meet in the Agora space. They have expert sessions, and they have daily routine logs that they need to actually log when they're logging in, when they're logging out. They also have scheduled home visits. They have a teacher that comes and visits them at school. They have a laptop they log in with. This is the structure of this activity. So in the learning design, this is a really good example because this is quite personalized. Each student, so here in the learning design at the center, each student has their own personal learning plan that they're on. They have their own trajectory, their own path, and they work with their personal tutor. And they meet in the online space, in the digital space, in something called GatherTown, which is the cyber school that they're in. And they meet in that space, and that's integrated into their plan. And in that, the technologies they use again are GatherTown. They use video conferencing to have meetings with peers and other teachers, and they have their devices at home. And in this, we can use the model that we've created to unpack what are the dimensions of this learning environment. And through that, you can actually study each element, think about how you may want to change it, how you may want to modify it. It also helps us to think about, to hypothesize how we might bring AI agents into this kind of space. So theoretically, you could bring generative AI tools, chatbots, or other agents into this to create different kinds of interactions. So unfortunately, one of the problems with this program is it's very resource intensive. It's very expensive because it involved having teachers go to students' homes, things like that. We would argue that you could actually bring pedagogical agents in to interact with students as part of their learning plan that could actually do quite a bit of the interaction, particularly because we know from the research that students quite like AI agents. They feel they don't judge them. They're always there for them. They often feel that they can ask them anything. And that can actually lighten the load in this kind of environment, but also remove some of the boundaries of when students have someone they can interact with, because this is constrained to when teachers are working, where a pedagogical agent designed to work with these kind of students could in fact work with them at any time. So that's one of the affordances that you can have from those agents. It can do quite a bit. It can't do everything, but you have that human teacher that can actually work with the students as well. So you kind of get the best of both affordances. And so that's something that, unfortunately, this program has just recently been defunded by the Netherlands government. And we were arguing with them that agents would be a really good supplement to that. We're kind of hoping they pick up that idea to bring agents into this program. And it is because it is expensive. A lot of human resources go into it. So agents, again, will be a good way to offset that design. And in that, we're really proposing that the idea of the fourth teacher, that is, that an agent can, in fact, act as a co-teacher. So fourth teacher is argued that Gen AI tools can contribute to teaching and learning processes in ways that extend beyond the second and third teacher. So the second teacher, your person teacher, your human teacher, which has their own affordances, but they also bring that learning environment into a different kind of space. It extends that learning environment, and it can actually work as a kind of choreographer for your human teacher. It can act as a peer tutor. It can provide feedback. It can support a number of affordances if it's designed correctly. But we really see it as being able to work with the student and being able to work with them on their own level, because it does work with the student. It takes the input from the student and it works at the student's own pace, and it can work in the student's own direction. And I'm not saying that it is actually personalizing for the student, because that's a slightly different thing, but it can work individually with the student. And we know from the research that a lot of students have found this quite interesting. And with a well-designed kind of controlled space, this is possible to use with a range of students with the right design. I'm not necessarily saying that young students can use it, but primary school teachers are definitely able to use this to support their work with those students. So to unpack that a little bit further, we've been theorizing about this to look at, and this is not a model necessarily, but a visualization of some of our thinking around this. Previously, you would have in the first diagram, teacher working directly with the students and then the students interacting with each other. And the interactions are, again, we have them, it's two-way interactions between the students and the teachers and teachers. The teacher and the students and the students and students. If you insert an AI chatbot or an agent into that space, you still have all of the interactions of teacher to student and student to student, but you also bring in additional affordance of having a chatbot in that space where the students can interact with an agent or a chatbot. Students can still interact with each other and with the teacher, but the teacher can also interact with an agent. And the data, what's really powerful here is that there's data that can be gathered in those interactions that can be fed back to the teacher and can support their design, can support their teacher's work and the other things that they do around teaching. And this is important because we do see these agents as being both teacher-facing and student-facing. And so again, it comes back to a question of how are we designing to best use these tools? But we also need to know something else. There's some other unknowns in here. And the question is, what do these tools really do well? What are we designing for in this instance? What are they bringing to the learning environment? So we were really curious about this. So we did a systematic review about what are the opportunities of using AI tools in teaching and learning. So we wanted to know about this, and this is another unknown. So what are they doing really well? It's really necessary to understand the advantages of what these tools bring as a fourth teacher, as a co-teacher. And to do that, we looked at the literature. We looked to studies that had the empirical evidence that actually integrated different agents, different chatbots into learning environments. And we wanted to know about the experience. We wanted to know what students and teachers thought about this. So we looked at the qualitative evidence to really try to understand what are their perceptions, what do they think they did well, and what did they actually do with them to tackle the question of what are they doing well in the environment. So we looked at qualitative evidence to understand that. We looked at, we synthesized 40 A1 studies where they're really looking at we looked at the integration of AI in learning environments. And we did this synthesized review without using AI, which we probably won't do again because we won't need to, but we did this about a year and a half ago. So we're going to look at some of the results for this. We did identify 5 synthesized findings from the evidence, and we did create a model. Of course we create models for everything. And so the model is in fact here. The QR code here is in fact to the full pre-press paper. So we're still in review with this paper. But you can access the preprint for the study through this QR code, and that'll be shared on the slides with you. So here we have our 5 synthesized findings. Now the aim of the model is, again, this provides a way for us to think about how we can bring these agents or chatbots into the learning environment to support learning and teaching, but also with the conditions necessary to do that. What do we need to be able to do that really well? You can see the model is structured in concentric circles. we've actually named the model AIM, so AI, model for education. And at the center, this is the aim. So you actually, to use this, you have to determine, what do you want to do? What is the aim of the learning design? And it's again, it's a tool to support us thinking. It's not necessarily meant to be an empirical tool that you can use as a survey or anything like that. It's really a conceptual model to support teachers' learning design. And in that, the center of it is the aim of that learning. What is the aim of your learning? And then what are the interactions, the human-computer interactions you want to support? What is the design around that? And then the competencies necessary to support that work. And those three things are always together. So you really can't separate one from the other. But we will today, in the interest of time, talk specifically about the interactions, because that's what we're interested in today. But those interactions to support learning design. For the outer circle, which we're not addressing today, we have future projections and governance. And the governance is important because that addresses issues of equity, everyone being able to access tools, that they are appropriate for all learners, they're appropriate for learners' age, that there are the appropriate safeties put in place. And again, you can look at this in the full paper. We won't necessarily get into this today. Also, what came out strongly in the analysis was the idea of use of these AI tools for the future, to support students for their future learning. This was important both for educators and for students, that they were thinking about their future and that they use these tools to prepare them for the future. So in that, these are all important, but we're just going to focus on the interactions, and we're going to link those into the learning design as we think about AI as a fourth teacher, as a co-teacher. So in that, so when we look at this, and this is, again, if you look at the paper, there are 5 of these, but we're just going to look at the one today. So the synthesized finding that we have is all the way to the right of your screen, that considerations of learning interactions enabled through AI are needed when you're thinking about learning design. We're thinking about how we bring these tools into learning. There were 3 main categories for this, and these were interactions that supported assessment, interactions that supported learner agency, and interactions that supported productivity. That's your time saving for teachers and for students. So the interactions for assessment were really around evaluation and feedback, agency around your collaborative work, how students collaborated, interactions, thinking about those, confidence, learner support, and then our efficiencies were how we could be more effective, how we could save time, the resources that were available, so what using AI meant for resources, and of course, flexibility that it brings into the learning environment. And these are all really critical from the empirical evidence, and they align with a lot of the assumptions that we have about why we use these tools. As an example, we're just going to have a quick talk about assessment and what AI means for that. So in this, and usually this is a part that Yo speaks about at the very University of Brussels, for their teacher trainers, they actually and offer their master's theses, with the use of AI, and their students are using particularly generative AI to support their work and to support their writing. So again, this is around learner support. That also has implications for assessment, the kinds of interactions that lead to assessment. And in this, they definitely encourage their students to use AI, but because of that, they had to reconsider assessment, and they had to reconsider the kinds of interactions that were happening and what that meant for the kind of learner support assessment that were interactions that were happening, and what that meant for assessment. And in that, they actually changed assessment for that from the master's thesis being a purely written component to something that opened it up, and they now have an oral component. Students can design a product, and it really changed how they thought about the product that students were creating and what really they were assessing for learners and what learners were going to be demonstrating in terms of their learning. So they really reconsidered that work because of the AI tools that were available and because of how those tools could support the learner's work. So they had to really take those interactions into consideration in terms of how they designed that assessment. So again, you see that that's a kind of circular consideration, and also what learners were able to do. And this was really important, again, in terms of how we think about what are the opportunities that are available and the conditions that need to be in place. So learners needed to be able to understand how to use these tools. So to kind of do that a little bit more, we're going to look at some scenarios that unpack those interactions a little bit more. So how do the learners come together with the AI in a learning and teaching scenario? So I'm going to unpack that what we're looking at a little bit more here. So again, one of the interactions that we see, so again, I'll go back here. So really looking at the kinds of interactions and really looking at learner support. If you guys can see my cursor, that I'm kind of like floating around over this. So really we're interested in what are the interactions that have implications for learner support and the work that learners do, what that means for our assessments. So again, to kind of unpack this is a scenario looking at how, again, using a model, how we're going to look at teacher-facing and we'll look at student-facing and looking at those interactions and implications for learning. So just to unpack the example from Yo's teaching and looking at their master's students, looking at particularly their pre-service students doing a master's of teaching, and looking at how they thought about lesson planning and the assessment from this, so the students' interactions with lesson planning. So in this, part of an assessment that they're working towards, and this is one that they saw necessarily integrated with AI because they had to. Students were using AI here anyway. And they're looking at how students use, how they interact with generative AI, with chatbots, to create a lesson plan. This is a particular activity for pre-service teachers, creating lesson plans. And this can be for the primary context or for the secondary context, but training them to use these tools in their main teaching context. So they wanted students to be able to critically engage with the use of AI to support this task. And in this, we're really looking at how we support teachers to use these tools as a co-teacher to help them design. And in this, they're exploring how they might design a lesson using this tool. The competencies necessary for this that must be considered are how students understand the use of chatbots, prompting, the bias in the chatbot, the reliability of that chatbot, and how it responds and how we interact and how we design our questioning in that. And that's necessary for pre-service teachers and teachers to understand and how they are able to work with these tools to support their students' learning in the learning environment. However, in this, it was necessary to address lesson plans and the use of these chatbots in seminars. So how do we design for learners using these? It's necessary to support learners to be able to use these tools always. How they experiment. So in this, pre-service teachers were invited to experiment with the chatbots, experiment with lesson planning. They designed a lesson plan themselves and then designed the same lesson plan using a chatbot. And they did a critical evaluation of the difference of those two to understand the affordances of using a chatbot to support their work. And then also what they as a teacher brought to that learning design. So in the design of that learning environment, how do we use the chatbots? How do we use generative AI? But also as teachers, what do we bring and how do you design for the two together, ultimately to design for the learning environment? Now, to take that one step further, if we're looking at the learning environment, if we're looking at designing for student-facing use of generative AI in the chatbots, we can look at, and the example we use is Socratic questioning. So looking at designing to use a tool that students use to learn. So in this is bringing an AI agent into the learning environment. And a really typical one is one that does Socratic questioning. Now, Socratic questioning, if you don't know, Socratic questioning is using, it's a very kind of standard practice, and it's using questioning to ask you to question the nature of meaning, the nature of questioning. And that is something that has been used since the time of Socrates. That's why it's called Socratic questioning, but it's intended to get you to critically engage and have a deeper engagement with the underlying meanings of your questions. Why are you questioning what you're questioning? But it's a typical approach used to get students to think about the nature of meaning, about the content, and think more deeply. Anyway, there are a lot of agents designed to do that, and we can bring them into learning environments to support learners to think more deeply. So the aim here, using the AIM model, is to support deeper engagement with learning content, also to support higher order thinking. And in that, the chatbot we're looking for is designed to question. So it's when learners ask a question, so tell me about the War of 1812, that the agent does not give them an answer, but asks them to think more deeply about their question. What are you asking about the question? Now, to use an agent like this, the teacher has to understand how to integrate it into their learning, but students also have to understand how to use a chatbot. Again, like their learning teachers or training teachers in the previous example, they have to understand Socratic questioning. They have to understand the nature of those prompts and what they're supposed to do in that environment. They have to be prepared for this. So the design around this needs to involve some lecture or some direct teaching about the content, but also a little bit about how to use the agent, how to engage with probing questions, how they're expected to respond, and also some support materials that can help learners to use the agent. So you don't just chuck them into it. They have to be prepared. You have to build their competency to question, to answer those questions, and to be able to respond in a reasonable way. And that they are expected to have a conversation with the agent, that it's not just a one-off, it's not a search engine, that you are questioning with it. And then again, like I said, what is Socratic questioning? And in this, these kinds of agents students can engage in questioning in a seminar, in a class with the teacher there in a face-to-face environment, but also at home when they're working at home, working on their own. And this also affords them an agent they can work with at any time. So a teacher in an environment, you have 30 students, more sometimes, or less, you can only work with students so much, but the agent can work with them infinitely. The student can work in this environment as much as they like. They can explore the content with the agent, but it must be with a teacher. So it has to be in that co-teaching, because the human teacher, your second teacher, can actually support thinking in a deeper way. They can question in a deeper kind of way than the agent can, but the two together, they do afford a certain amount of a flexibility. And again, students, we know, to my earlier example, may be more likely to work with an agent because they don't feel judged, they feel more confident, and that can build their confidence in questioning, which can then be brought over into the classroom environment when they feel more secure about what they know or they don't know. So we can use these tools in a number of different ways. Point being that we have to consciously use them. We have to think about what our learners can do, what their competencies are, and then how we design for that. So in that, the study I'm doing now, looking at how teachers are using and thinking about the design of these lessons using these agents. So in this, one of the studies I'm looking at right now is how we prepare teachers, in-service teachers, school teachers, particularly primary teachers in this environment, to be able to use these chatbots. And one is building their own competency to use it. So again, this is a totally new practice. The idea of co-teaching with agents, but thinking about learning design, thinking about interactions is completely new for school teachers, for people working in higher ed. It's new for everyone. We don't quite know what to do with these interactions. And so one of the things that we're doing here, that I'm working with schools to do, is to build our teachers' competence and our learners' competence, our training teachers' competence, to be able to think about how do we interact with these tools? How do we bring them into our learning environments? And I'm conducting a study right now where teachers work with a pedagogical agent that's designed to do this. Now, in this, I've just given you two examples of how teachers are using this. And this is the teachers are using an agent that's designed to provide research for them. So they explore teaching practices. They're supposed to explore pedagogical approaches, and they use it in really interesting ways. So the first example here is a teacher uses it to look for, they use the agent to look for specific strategies that they can use in their teaching with students. They're not bringing it into their teaching on the student-facing side, but they are very much using it on the teacher-facing side to help them design, to help them explore, to help them thinking about their own teaching. And it's really interesting how they have these two dual practices. So one is a teacher using it to look at a sequence of planning. They want to know how other people are using, and in this instance, they're looking specifically at backward planning or backward fading, a strategy in primary school teaching. And they want to look at different examples. But they don't want to look at 20 different examples. This agent is designed to deliver them just a few examples, ways to get them thinking, to stimulate their thinking about learning design. So 20 examples is too much. They don't know they don't know where to begin. So it really targets, and it gives them some research, it gives them some advantages and some weaknesses for this. And then they can look at it and they can use their own teacher judgment. They can decide how they want to integrate these strategies. And it gives them a starting point. So the agent gives them a place to think and a place to start. And then they bring their teacher judgment in, and it stimulates their thinking. So the brainstorming capacity of this agent, of this pedagogical agent, teachers find really, really useful. And the second teacher was the same. They searched for strategies for fractions, and that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted to look at fractions to create some content, to practice a specific skill. And then they wanted to explore dual encoding. But they weren't sure what they wanted with that. So they just asked the agent to tell them about dual encoding. And then it started giving them some options, particularly around the use of active and passive voice to teach English. And they felt that gave them more freedom to then explore on their own. So they found this really helpful to help them get their mind thinking. This was a new practice. And when they looked at it, they were like, oh, I think I know what I want to do there. And then they continued on exploring with the agent to create some other resources. So they found this really useful. So in that, what they're doing there is they're really looking at the learning design. They're building their own competence to use it, but they're having a specific kind of designed interaction to support that. But they're not bringing it into their own teaching yet, right? So really they're using these tools to support their own learning design. They're not bringing them into the digital and physical space, but it helps them to think about the different technologies they might bring into their design, that they might bring into their learning space. So the interactions are still sitting outside of their students' learning environment, but it helps them to think about how to create this learning environment. And what we're hoping for is that these kinds of tools, as teachers become more familiar with using chatbots and using agents, that they can start to bring them in to the actual learning environment. And that's where this tool comes in, thinking about the competencies that they need, the interactions they want to happen, what their students need to do, and what the learning design will look like for that. So in that, these tools can help us think more deeply about the nature of co-teaching. It's a really kind of messy space where we are right now, because we're not quite sure, particularly at the schools level, higher education, we're also not sure where these tools come into play. The interactions that we can have are clear. We definitely can use these tools to support our design, to support our kind of choreography of teaching, and to support how we think about learning design. But we're not quite bringing these tools into the learning design yet. We don't quite know where they sit as a digital or physical space, or if they are in fact a teacher in this space, if they're part of the larger context or part of the organization. And that's work that we're still doing, and work that we are doing with schools, that we're doing with higher education organizations. So that's where we are on our thinking right now. So thank you very much for coming along with me. And so I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have about that. I've kind of thrown a lot at you, but happy to go back over any of it. And again, thinking about how we co-teach, what's on the teacher side, what's on the student side, and where are we with this? It's a really unknown space, but it's really exciting. And we think there are a lot of opportunities for teachers, but I think we've got a lot of work to do, but it's a really active environment right now. But one in terms of digital education, there's a lot of potential. So we'll see where we are. But thank you for listening, and I'll take any questions from your audience now.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. for the presentations. It is wonderful insight, especially the use of Gen AI as the co-teaching assistant. This is really interesting. And I could highlight two main points from your presentation before. The first one is we need to encourage teacher to create digital learning space to accommodate the students' need, as we know that maybe some of the students are not really feeling confident to be in the classroom. So therefore, we can build their confidence or improve their competencies through digital learning space. And the second one, Gen AI can contribute to teaching and learning process as a co-teacher, helping us designing critical lesson plan and also learning activities. These two main points actually highlights the whole idea of these presentations. And the thing that I'm concerning on, previously you have already exposed us with the opportunity. However, could you please also give us some challenge that maybe you have already faced or occur during the process of initiating the digital learning space for everyone? Thank you.
Because as we're asking teachers and students, there are a lot of challenges. So I'm just going to pop back here. So particularly if we think about here around competence and here around AI governance, there are a lot of considerations that need to be made in that space. So the first one, of course, if we think on the first level, and when we're designing, it's really important to have a good idea of where your learners are, right? And this is something that, and again, as teachers, we do this already when we do assessing for prior knowledge, when we think about what our learners can and can't do. When we bring these new tools in, it's important to think about, can they navigate it? Do they understand where it is? Can they access it? Things like that. But also, do they understand what the tool is doing, and do they understand the interactions? And that's the specifically different element of using these more interactive kind of AI chatbots, agents, things like that. And that is a particular challenge, particularly as when we get younger, how young. A lot of places are saying primary school students no, secondary students yes, higher ed, of course. And it really depends on the design of the tool, what the tool is doing, and where our learners are. Now, that is a very significant challenge for teachers to navigate, particularly when we have tools that with younger learners, teachers bring in where we're not sure where the AI sits in that tool. So some AIs aren't as obvious, say AIs like it's a plural thing, but some capabilities that tools have are not as obvious to where it's automated, where you're having an interaction, where it's an interaction that is a more kind of operating on a more kind of predictive, like an older chatbot, or tools that give feedback. And when you're dealing with something that's underpinned with a large language model, when you're dealing with generative AI, so it's not always clear to us where or what's happening. So it is important that teachers build their competence as well to understand the tools that they're bringing into an environment, because it is important that we do bring them in. That's the kind of paradox of it. We need our learners to be able to navigate these tools. Their competence needs to be enough that they are able to do it, because that, again, when we look to your future projections, it is necessary that students that they have these understandings, that they have these capabilities. And we do need to, and this is an unknown in the field, how young do we begin that? When we're using digital technologies, we have very, very young students using digital technology. We build their capability of understanding, their computational thinking and things like that quite early. And so where do we bring these tools in? There's some work that needs to be done around that. But that is a challenge, and that's something that we're not certain about in the field. In terms of governance around educational organizations, whether it's a school, a secondary school, or higher ed, how do we as an organization support teachers to make those decisions? How do we protect learners and also support teachers so they know what is the right thing to be doing? How do we make good decisions around that? And the organization can provide a lot of that guidance by having good policy, by having kind of established practices this is how we want our learners to be learning, how we want them to be working with these tools. Some of that guidance comes from curriculum in terms of expectations of the curriculum. Most nations have curriculum that creates some guidance, whether it's embedded in the content or it is an overarching competency. In Australia, in England has less. Australia, we have digital competencies that cut across learning content. So there's some expectations there. And so these provide the governance that flows down to organizations. It gives some guidance in terms of what we need our learners to be able to do, because it is, there are a lot of unknowns in that space. But we can also, in that, how we help our learners to protect themselves against these, to keep safe online, is by building their own competence. And that's really, really important when thinking about any digital technology, but particularly when they're working with large language models, when they're having these interactions, that they understand, and that's an individual competency, and that's the best way to kind of protect learners against some of these challenges, but also to enable them to be able to engage really fruitfully and get the affordances and the advantage and the benefits from these tools, so that they are able to fully participate in future work and learning. And that's what we really want. So for me, always, I'm a hardcore educator. It's always about educating our teachers to be able to educate our students to build those competencies. And learning designs at this point, we need to create good experiences, good learning experiences for our learners. So one of our findings I didn't go into, the learning design, a key component of learning design in this model is in fact how we design experiences, the affective experience learners are happening. They need to have good experiences. So we have to think about creating engagements and use. So we create those digital spaces in ways that learners have positive experiences. And it's really important that these are positive experiences. They're prepared for these experiences so they feel confident. They feel confident to move forward. A confident learner confidently using digital technologies is going to prepare that learner for future learning, for change, for the inevitable change, for working with new tools better than anything else is. So learners really need to be able to confidently move forward and engage with all the new technologies that come at them, because that is the only certainty that we have. And that can go from a challenge, the challenge being that technology changes, to learners being able to engage really fruitfully in those change, and then the challenge is less. So if learners are able to say, yeah, look, I don't know how to use that, but I know how to use these other things, and I know that I'm capable of moving forward. And that's what, as teachers at all levels, that we can prepare our learners best, because that's from enabling them to experiment, designing learning that helps them to experiment, helps them to engage, and to understand also that it's possible to fail. Like, that's all right, that's okay, and that you can learn from that. And as teachers, we can create that learning space, and that's part of our larger learning environment, that learners can have trial and error, that they can use other tools. So one of the big things we always talk about in digital technology integration and learning, even aside from AI, is one of the goals is that learners can choose how to learn themselves from a range of digital technologies. As teachers, we provide opportunity to learn, that they choose the tools that they want to use, but then, and that learners are confident to do that. We build that competence by having them learn through a series of different digital technologies, different kinds of digital interactions with AI, with other tools. and that learners then can say, okay, I have a problem, I want to do something, and I know what I want to select from. That is the best preparation you will have to future-proof them for, and that we do through learning design, we do creating positive learning experience, so our learners are capable. And that, again, so we have a lot of challenges, and we will never be able to overcome the challenges because they're constantly changing, constantly evolving. But by being confident learners and confident users of digital technology, the challenges are minimized. They can become less. And it's the institution to prepare us to create expectations, to guide where we go in the future. But still, that's always a bit uneven. If we have confident learners and people and learners that are able to say, yeah, okay, I'm in an unknown space, but I know how to stay safe. And I know what I want to do, and I know that I want to move forward. I'm going to give it a go. I think these tools can do it. And if they can't, they can't. But hopefully they find a way to be able to do what they want to do. And that's going to give them the best way forward, whether it's AI or our regular learning environments, digital spaces, even in their physical spaces, in the way they tackle learning. These are the skills that we want. And one of the ways we've been talking about this in the field is that you have adaptive learners. So I'm not talking about adaptive tools like our kind of like intelligent tutors and things like that that adapt and support personalized learning. I'm talking about the actual learner, that they can adapt, that the human can adapt. And humans are really good at adapting, but they've got to feel confident to be able to do that, You don't want them adapting out of fear. You want them adapting because they want to do something, because they've chosen to move forward to do something. And so that's what we want to move forward. And we don't know how to do that yet. We don't know how to create the adaptive learner. But it's a really powerful concept, how the learner, the human adapts. The tools adapt. We can design adaptive tools, personalized learning, but how do we as humans adapt? How do we design humans that can adapt using our best abilities? And humans' best abilities, we can critically think, we're really agile thinkers, we can make connections that AI cannot make, because we can make connections that are spurious. We can move all over the place. But how do we teach our students to do that confidently so they can do it when they want to do it? So that's our biggest challenge right now, which is really exciting. But we don't quite know how to do it. But you can create positive learning environments so students at least have fun using technology, and that you are doing it, and everyone feels good about it. And you're going to get huge mileage out of that. That is one of the best things that you can do for learners, is to just make a love of experimentation for them. And that's really, really important within those learning designs. Even if you don't know how to do it, you can help your learners do it.
Okay, thank you very much for the insight about the challenge. Yeah, we realize that actually, basically, as we know that maybe it is going to be totally different between the United Kingdoms and also Indonesia, as we know that the literacy skills, especially the technology literacy skills in Indonesia, are not really equal. We are kind of archipelago countries in which island has different levels of technological competence like that. And this is also becoming one of my concern, because previously you mentioned that before you designed about the use of Gen AI in the classroom, or maybe about the digital learning space, or the integrations of this AI technology in the classroom, we as a teacher need also to realize about the level of the students' competence, especially in using the technology itself. However, my next question coming up is, what if in a single classroom there are going to be some varieties of students' technological background competencies? As we know that not all students are really great in using technology. Maybe some of them, yes, they know technology, but they know it only for online gamings, but not for, looking for certain information through Gen AI, ChatGPT, or even maybe during the prompting, for example. Different students are going to use different prompt while they are accessing information, whether it is on Google, ChatGPT, or any other AI agents. So therefore, the next question is, how could we facilitate the different technological background if we want to implement this digital learning space for everyone?
Of course. And to be fair, while of course there are different levels between different countries and access people have to digital technologies and then experience massively. So access to digital technologies, as we know, this is obviously well known, I'm not telling you don't know, is a huge factor in your understanding and how you use these tools, what you're able to do with them, of course. And we talk about our digital divides and our digital exclusion, inclusion, things like that. In the learning environment, and not all learning environments are different. You have availability of different digital tools in the learning environment as well. Look, in all levels, you're going to have students will be able to work and understand the use of digital technologies to varying degrees. And again, for me, the design of the learning in terms of how we scaffold learners to use different technologies is really important. So it's the how we think about as teachers, we have a general idea, and we can usually assume students with very low ability and students with higher ability, and how we scaffold that learning is really important. So when we look at creating a kind of integrated task, whether they're interacting with a chat, whether they're interacting with another kind of tool, whether it's a maths platform or if it is searching online or asking them to work in a digital document, things like that. It's always important to think about how we provide ways for students to move from a kind of paper-based environment into that digital environment. And it's really about moving across both of them. And that's where the detail model comes in when you're looking at that physical digital space. This, in fact, can provide a really powerful strategy for scaffolding across how students might write on paper and then type into a Google Doc, or how you have them move from a worksheet into a kind of maths platform, or how they move from questioning with a peer into questioning with an agent. So this movement between the physical and digital space provides a really important opportunity to build that competency just through the sheer experience. And it's important also that you don't just chuck students into a fully digital space. That's not going to work for them, but you can design to step them, start them in the physical space, and then you do a little bit, then you move into a digital space. And that's really important. Also for teachers who are not necessarily confident entirely teaching in a digital space, fair enough. You don't even really want to be doing that, but using the two together. And that's why we're really curious about how we can, again, not in a full blended learning, full, working across these spaces, but really the small practices, the small digital spaces, how we naturally, the tools we bring into that classroom space, thinking about those as the combined learning environment is really, really important for everyone's capacity building, their competency, your confidence. So for students and teachers who are not ready to jump into a full digital learning environment, it's also not necessary, actually. But thinking about the little ways of getting everyone into building that in ways that are very scaffolded, and 15 minutes, one small task, maybe it's the end of a learning sequence, and we're going to put this online. So really thinking about how we work in those ways and how we experiment in that space is really important. I'm a huge believer in what I call kind of gateway technologies for teachers and for students, where you have a small practice that then they say, oh yeah, I was able to do that. Maybe I could do this, and how they kind of experiment and they explore from successfully doing one thing into, oh, you know what, next time maybe I can go a little bit further. And that's really important for teachers and for students. So they say, oh, I did that well, and I liked how that went. Or, you know what, I wasn't happy with how that went, but I feel confident enough to maybe try it in another way. And that's really, really important. Again, so that you don't enter into a whole digital learning environment. You're like, what do I do here? and I feel out of control. I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. That's not helpful for anyone. And it's not a good way to think about how we want to scaffold teachers and learners into these new spaces. And that's really, really important, that a small step is more important than taking a giant leap. Small step and another small step. And I've seen more change, more sustainable change in using digital technologies in very small steps over time, building that practice, than chucking teachers into a digital space, dragging all their students in there as well. And everyone's in there and they're like, now what do we do? And they don't feel good about it. It's more important, you know what I mean? It's more important that they do something real and they're happy with it. And they go, oh yeah, you know what? We could do something a little bit different. And again, when we look at these kinds of models and these kinds of tools, how do we think about that digital physical space? And I'm not saying it's 50-50. You might have 98% of your time in the physical space, 2% in the digital space, and then it might get bigger. And this might be over a year or over 2 years. It doesn't need to be immediate. And that's one of the problems when we look to the context and the organization, too much pressure that students and teachers are entirely in a digital space. They're using all these digital tools. That's not necessary. It's not necessary at all. You're in a classroom organization, you have certain parameters, the classroom. Teachers have a lot of limitations they're operating with. Students have a lot of limitations. Work within these. I just had a whole thing yesterday about this with a teacher. It's important that you acknowledge the space that students and teachers are working in. Look for realistic opportunities to bring in a new practice, bring in a new digital technology, and then grow from there. It's really important to think about it as a growth process, as a change process, rather than, and now we work in a different kind of way. That's not necessary. These tools can help that thinking. What do I want for an interaction? What do I want? Not in an 80-minute lesson, but in a small space. And that experimentation of playing around with it in a safe way, safe in terms of how I feel about myself, but also safe in terms of keeping everyone safe. Students safe and teachers safe, but that we all, I'm a huge fan of, we all feel good about it. What do we want to do next? You know, like I had a nice positive experience. Now what do we want to do? What can we do next? And through small experimentation, you learn. And that helps us build practice and grow practice. And we're all doing that. We're all learning right now. I mean, I'm learning all the time, and I've been in this space for a long time. I'm really confident and competent with anything you throw at me. But still, I'm like, oh, what does this do? And teachers are always teaching me. They're like, I use this tool. I'm like, I've never seen that before. So there's always the unknown. We're always going to be presented with unknown. And that's okay. Because you know what you need to do, and you don't need to use everything. But maybe you experiment with something that a colleague brings to you, that a student says, oh, I've been using, even the students do a lot of gaming. How can you bring that kind of element into what they know? How can you build off it? Ask them. It's harder in some contexts. We don't have these free and open contexts, but we can think about that. So maths practice, digital spaces that have a lot of gamification, that students are really familiar with that kind of learning because they're used to that in a game. They learn when they're gaming. How can we build? But but it's important to not deny the limitations of the learning space. Those are really important. In Indonesia, in Australia, in Malaysia, all the countries people come from, in the UK, everywhere, we all have limitations. What are they? And then how do we build from that? Can't deny them. We have to work within them. And that's important, but how do we create a good experience within that? That's also possible. So there's an interesting, in that detail paper, the link is at the end, we have a really nice case example from India about how they're using tablets. And India has some significant limitations, which might resonate really nicely with some of your teachers in Indonesia. So a really nice tool that they brought in. So we have a full range. We have examples from Switzerland, Indonesia, we've got examples from Australia. So the full range of it. But there's a really nice example from India, and they've got classes of 50, right? Where they're really, and again, so they were able to bring a digital space in. There's a nice analysis of it, and that could be really helpful. And actually that's, if we, this is the reference for the paper, so it's the DOI. And that there's 5 really nice case studies. There's a Netherlands example, but there's a really good, an Indian example, Swiss, and an example, I think there's an example from Australia in there. Oh no, there's an example from New Zealand. But again, we have a really nice range in there that, again, could really be interesting to think about where you want to start. And then the aimed model can help you think about AI. How do we want to bring that in? I'll give you some nice examples. There's lots of empirical research in that paper. And again, that QR code is there. But these, I've already shared these slides with you guys. You can have a look at.
Yeah.
But yeah, the most important, if anything, my most important thing is just to definitely make sure you have a positive experience. There's lots of unknowns, lots going on, but those positive experiences can build the competencies of everyone in ways that can feed into all the change that you want. It's the most important thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the insight. I'm going to try to maybe, yeah, I cannot agree more. I believe that I have the same perceptions. Yeah, it is going to be better if we try to change bit by a bit rather than to change the whole. So therefore, maybe by having a bit change, with maybe it is a little, and also it will have some mistakes. So therefore, we can learn and also evaluate about the implementations of technology in the classroom in style. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Sarah Howard, for the insight and fruitful discussions. And for the participants, this is the end for our discussion sessions with Professor Sarah Howard. And so therefore, please kindly remember, if you would like to try to integrate, whether it is going to be a simple digital space or maybe you would like to try the whole big project by using Gen AI, please kindly remember, try to have your first step and experimentations, because without having some experience, you are not going to know whether you are capable to do it, and also you are not going to know whether your students are capable to do it. So thank you, big thank you for the great insight coming from Professor Sarah Howard. And now the committee would like to present you a token of appreciations. So therefore we are going to show the screens on the certificates as our part of the gratitude. And of course, to seize the moment, we would like to invite all of the participants to open their camera so that we can take a picture together. All right, everyone. Are you ready? Okay. Oh, thank you very much, Nang, for the applause. It is really insightful today. I really love being here. Okay. Let's take a picture together in 3, 2, 1. Cheers. Okay, thank you. One more time in 3, 2, 1. Cheers. All right, thank you very much for all of the participants. And also, one more time, thank you very much for your sharing, Professor Sarah Howard. And we are hoping that we could have further collaborations, not only on this conference, but who knows that in the future that some of our lecturers would like to do some further collaborations on research, especially identifying and also investigating about the use of Gen AI. Who knows that it can also be implemented in Indonesia in the future.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. Reach out at any time. Happy to hear from you guys.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our fourth plenary speaker, and now we are going to proceed to the next agenda. So, therefore, I give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nova, and also our amazing speaker, Professor Sarah Howard, for the marvelous session. I would like to express my gratitude once more to all of the guests, speaker, moderator, and participant for the wonderful session we had. Also, I would like to apologize if I made some mistake while hosting today. Hope to see you again next year. Thank you and have a great day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
putarlah ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri dan ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri, ke kiri manis Sekarang kanan nih, nona manis putarlah ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan dan ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan, ke kanan manis Ampar-ampar pisang, pisangku baru masak, masak sadidi di hurung bari-bari, masak sadidi di hurung bari-bari. Manggalepok, patah kayu bengkok, bengkok dimakan api, apinya cangculupan, bengkok dimakan api, apinya cangculupan. Kampungan jauh di mata, insan saya bakuliliang, takkan aja kawan-kawan lamo, sangkit dan rasul yang suyang. Yuk kita nonton ondel-ondel, yuk kita ngarak ondel-ondel, ondel-ondel ada anaknya, anaknya ngigel teriteran, mak bapak ondel-ondel ngibing, ngarak pengantin disunati, goyangnya asyik dan adegan, banyak ngibing igal-igal, gudu-gudu bajuju tempelengan, nyonggi-nyonggi wakuku tempelengan, wakul grimbang segani dari sakratan, wakul grimbang segani dari sakratan. Sajojo, sajojo, Yoram kome sabab para samura-mura keke, samura-mura keke. Sajojo, sajojo, Yoram kome sabab para samura-mura keke, samura-mura keke. Jubak-jubak sulang yang ingkar membuka tudung kuda, Pak Empo lerak-lerak sopong guyu dalek pakai sir dalek kopong sir dalek kopong sir dalek kopong. Jangi sing jangir sayang Empo ora roti kelap ngalapungan langsing lancar pamulune nyandat gading ireng mekin ngejangiran sarian ento rora roti arasi janjangi arasi janjangi hidup sauyang natara pahiri-hiri silipikanya atang dismelapati manuk dadali ngandung silau kasin natria kersakungna bangsa di negara Indonesia. Manuk dadali manuk panggagahna pelawan sapi Indonesia jaya. Manuk dadali pangka kuncarana resepna hiji rukun sakalehna. Mana di mana anak kambing saya, anak kambing tuan ada di pohon laru. Mana di mana jantung hati saya, jantung hati tuan ada di kampung baru. Caca marica hehe, caca marica, hei hei, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Caca marica, hei hei, caca marica, hei hei, caca marica ada di kampung baru. Rasa sayangi, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayangi, rasa sayangi, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayangi. Kalau ada sumur di ladang, boleh kita menumpang mandi. Kalau ada umurku panjang, boleh kita berjumpa lagi. Rasa sayangi, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayangi, rasa sayangi,